Welcome to the May 14th meeting of the Manatee County School Board. I'm going to ask that we come to order, and we're going to have a student celebration, and Mike Barber will introduce the Sunshine State Scholars and the Math Superstar winners. No, that's the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, thank you. Will you join Board Member Golden in leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Board Member Golden. Now, Mike, we're going to ask Mr. Mike Barber to introduce our Sunshine State Scholars and our Math Superstar winners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, board members, and Superintendent Saunders. The Sunshine State Scholars, it's a group that we look forward to recognizing every single year. They're outstanding 11th grade students in the school district, and to tell you a little bit more about what makes them outstanding is our district secondary mathematics curriculum specialist, Tracy Harwood. So, Tracy?
Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Saunders and school board members. The Sunshine State Scholars Program was designed by the Florida Department of Education to honor students who have achieved excellence in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math fields of study. Each Florida district selects the number of representatives based on the size of the district. We were allocated 2 scholars to represent our district. Each of the district scholars, along with their parents, will travel to Orlando for an extraordinary 2-day program. This year's program will bring 100 high school STEM scholars together to conduct a think tank on tough Florida challenges. The 2-day program culminates with the Commissioner of Education honoring each scholar for their significant academic accomplishments and celebrated for the potential they represent for our communities and state. In addition to bringing together the scholars to be honored by the Commissioner of Education, representatives from Florida's colleges and universities meet with the students and discuss higher education opportunities available to them in Florida. The criteria to be a Sunshine State Scholar are as follows. The student must be in 11th grade. The student must have an interest in pursuing post-secondary education in Florida. The student has expressed or demonstrated an interest in STEM-related studies. The student has a weighted grade point average of 3.9 or higher. The student is on track to qualify for Florida Bright Futures. In Manatee County, 1 scholar was chosen from each high school. From these finalists, the 2 scholars who scored highest on a rubric for the criteria will attend the program in Orlando as the district representatives. It is my pleasure to recognize the following students as this year's Sunshine State Scholars for each school. A few that are not here in attendance, we have Alejandra Quesada Garcia from Bayshore High School, Olivia Miller from Lakewood Ranch High School, and Ermeline Constant from SCF Collegiate School. Those present are Gaurav Garay from Southeast High School, Abigail Owen from Palmetto High School, Isabella Sanchez from Manatee High School, who will represent the county at the state event in Orlando, and Madigan Wilford, who also will represent our district at the state event in Orlando. Congratulations to our scholars.
Thank you. Okay.
Jump in.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good job, guys. Go Canes, go.
Okay, we all look so good. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Barber. You did such a fine job with that. Will you take care of our recognitions?
All right,
And,
this time of year, we got all kinds of people to celebrate, and we always look forward to it. Now, last group was 11th graders. Right now, we're talking about 4th and 5th graders. They're our math superstars, and again, this is an annual competition that is really special here in Manatee County because it pits some of our top math students in elementary school in teams of 2 against each other. And to tell us more about this competition and the special guest that we have is District K through 5 Mathematics Curriculum Specialist, Krista Keats. So,
Okay. Krista.
Good evening, Superintendent Saunders, board members, administrators, parents, and students. The Mathematics Superstar Competition is a long-standing Manatee County Schools tradition sponsored by the American Association of University Women. On Saturday, April 27th, pairs of 4th and 5th grade students from public and charter schools earned the position to compete for monetary prizes. These students were required to complete challenging above grade level mathematics questions. This year, a total of 31 schools and 62 students participated in this amazing competition. All participants received a t-shirt, bumper sticker, and certificate. Tonight, we honor the top 4 teams. Some of the winners are with us tonight. From Willis Elementary School, first place, to Johnny Cornett and Dylan Walker.
Okay.
Second place, there was a tie from Stewart Elementary School, Juliana Bartz and Jordan Klein. And from Canaan Elementary School, Jaden Wang and Madison Post, who could not be with us tonight. Third place was a pair of brothers, one 4th grade, one 5th grade, from Prine Elementary School, Malachi Cleto and Noel Cleto, who unfortunately could not be here. And finally, there was a 3-way tie for 4th place. Ballard Elementary School, Tyler Bulls and Yamaleeth Miranda, as well as Tara Elementary School, Bryce McClone and Jordan Wen. And lastly, from Mills Elementary School, Braden Bird and his partner, Jameson Duffy. Will family members, teachers, and administrators of these students please stand up? Let's give them a round of applause for their support.
let's do something different here. Let's bring them out front, in front of the podium. Why don't you come out here and stand right in front of the podium, and we're going to get the school board in the background, so y'all stand right here.
Stop meeting.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats, superstars.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is where we tend to thin out just a little bit.
Okay, on to recognitions.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
Okay. It's always a treat to have these next guests come and visit us because they're a tremendous partner of the school district. And not just a partner, but a supporter, a friend, and not just to us, but to our entire community. So I'd like to invite the United Way to come forward and to speak on behalf of the United Way, the Manatee area president for the Suncoast United Way, Bronwyn Bakel. So, Bronwyn?
Okay, okay. Okay,
Thank you.
it's been a while.
Good to see you again. It's been so long. But I also have with me my board chair, Debbie Tapp, and my colleague, Katie Becker, and you know Kelly Kennedy from the school district. But it is our pleasure to recognize the school district of Manatee County for an outstanding United Way campaign this year, and we celebrate the work that we're doing together here in our community. I'd like to thank Superintendent Saunders for her support and her leadership, as well as Kelly Kennedy, who serves as the school district's campaign coordinator, and our three loaned executives, Kimone Cooper, Kimberlane Zenon, and Tamara Cornwell, who brought another level of energy, strategy, and professionalism to the campaign. The generous faculty and students continue to join United Way to fight for the education and financial stability for every community that we serve. And today, we are proud to recognize the school district as our third most generous campaign for the United Way. Together, we are changing Manatee County through innovation, collaboration, and leadership. And thank you for all that you do to live united. Thank you, school board, as well. We have that.
Okay, all right.
And as part of this thank you, we also want to draw attention to our students, staff, and administrators at Sugg Middle School. They stand with us today. Well, at least the administrator. I don't know if our students are here with us as well. The student campaign is a fundraising effort driven by the students so that everyone has an opportunity to invest in our community. And Sugg rose to the challenge. Not only did they have the highest increase over last year's United Way student campaign, they also raised the most dollars in the entire school district. Because of this, they've won the aptly named High Achiever Award. So through special events like non-uniform days, snow cone sales, and baked goods sales, they raised a total of $1,186.81. Those 81 cents are critically important for our students. And if you know Sugg Middle, this is like incredibly near and dear to our heart, and we can't say how much we appreciate what our students did for our community, for other. So that's a big deal, and it takes a great leader to bring that out in our students. So the teachers and students at Sugg spoke regularly about the importance of giving back, and their hard work exemplifies the spirit of the Student United Way campaign. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Was-
If y'all could come forward here, and Bronwyn, you can in the middle, and if you stand on this side with the
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
All right. Our next group, again, is another great friend of the school district, and it's the Healthy Teens Coalition of Manatee County. And this is Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month, and they're here to tell us more about it. And I think we do have the Healthy Teens Coalition Board Chair, Mary Ann Legler, here. Mary can, but I believe some of the teen health educators are going to speak to us tonight, and they will introduce themselves as they come forward. So,
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Emma Batar.
Good evening. My name is Emily Tranquilino.
Good evening, my name is Jake Hansen.
Good evening. My name is Brooke Martin. Chairman Minor, distinguished school board members, Mrs. Saunders, Mr. Wagner, and honored guests, on behalf of the Healthy Teens Coalition of Manatee County, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for recognizing May as Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month in Manatee County. We sincerely appreciate receiving this proclamation and for your support of HET's efforts to reduce risky teen behaviors by providing Manatee County teens with the knowledge and skills to make informed choices about their physical, mental, and emotional health and well-being.
We know that teens are less likely to suffer the devastating consequences of a teen pregnancy if they have medically accurate information on sexual health, pregnancy, health relationships, sexually transmitted diseases, and the importance of abstinence. As a teen health educator, we are trained to provide our peers with such information and support, as well as educate our teens on a variety of health issues that impact youth. Through my own experience as being a peer educator, I see the huge need that young people have for programs like Healthy Teens Coalition and opportunities to learn this important information to keep ourselves healthy and safe, and to delay having kids until we're adults.
Recognitions like this proclamation truly contribute to community-led success in reducing our community's teen birth rates. Thank you for joining us in this cause. We would also like to extend an invitation for you to attend the Healthy Teens Coalition Awards reception and Teen Health Educator graduation ceremony on Tuesday, May 21st from 5 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. at Manatee Technical College on State Route 70. Mr. Charlie Kennedy is our outstanding Masters of Ceremony. We are leaving invitations to this special event with you guys tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mary Ann, should I just take it from here? Okay, thanks very much. All right, well, thank you. Circle the date, May 21st, 5 to 6:30 p.m. I will be honored to MC, I think for the third year in a row. They just can't find anybody else, so they keep asking me to do it. So we have a proclamation tonight, which I will do. Emma, I was going to just hand this over to you, but I already put you on the spot a couple workshops ago. Board members, if you remember, Emma was our student representative on the school-based clinic team and did a lot of work on behalf of that too. So it's good to see you back again. She's at more board meetings than some staff members. But okay, whereas, which is a good thing because staff shouldn't necessarily. Not foot in my mouth. Okay. Whereas the Healthy Teens Coalition of Manatee County and its teen health educators actively advocate for a continued comprehensive approach to addressing teen pregnancy, prevention, and associated health problems in youth. We strive for children in our community to be born into and grow up in a healthy, safe, and nurturing environment. Excuse me. And whereas Healthy Teens Coalition's Teen Health Educator Program has been lauded nationally and throughout the state of Florida as a model program for successful reduction for high-risk behaviors and critical health in our youth, including teen pregnancy, mental health issues, vaping, and STDs. And whereas Manatee County has reduced teen births among youth age 15 to 19 by over 55% over the last 8 years, with repeat teen pregnancies for the same time period are down by 66%. So you guys are doing a good job. Whereas youth health must remain a strong focus in our community, particularly with dramatically rising Manatee County youth rates of sexually transmitted illnesses, serious mental health issues, dramatic increase in electronic cigarette use, and higher teen birth rates than the state average among Manatee County teens aged 15 to 19. And whereas the Manatee County Healthcare Alliance has targeted teen pregnancy reduction as a priority strategic health issue for the 2015 to 2020 Community Health Improvement Plan and applauds the current progress. And whereas Healthy Teens Coalition, in partnership with community agencies and the school district, provide comprehensive evidence-based programs and services to vulnerable youth. And whereas yielding support for comprehensive teen pregnancy prevention must continue in Manatee County in order to maintain positive gains made towards the common goal of reducing teen pregnancy. And whereas nationally, May is the focal point for teen pregnancy prevention activities, now therefore be it proclaimed by the School Board of Manatee County that the month of May 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Teen Pregnancy Prevention Month, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of May 2019. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you all. Okay. We'll do a picture?
Yeah.
Okay.
If y'all can line up in front of
You know each other.
Put her on the spot in a second.
Let's go.
Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me for 1 second, my beautiful wife, Lisa, is part of the group. And I, many years ago, dragged her to Bradenton, Florida, and she right away jumped into community service, and this is one of the things she's been doing since then. So, love you, Bubs.
Okay. Okay.
Can we get back to business?
Okay.
I guess so.
All right. May is Jewish American Heritage Month in the United States of America, and it's set aside to recognize the tremendous contributions that Jewish Americans have made to the United States of America, to the state of Florida, and here in Manatee County. And we have two special guests to receive the proclamation tonight. We have Beverly and Lawrence Newman, who run the Al Katz Center, which is a Jewish museum and a Holocaust education center right here in Bradenton. So, and they would like to say a few words before we have the proclamation read. So,
We haven't read the proclamation, so I'm thanking you in advance. And I'm also thanking you for picking this day, because this is a birthday. And a lot of people don't know which birthday it is, but it happens to be the 71st birthday of the State of Israel. And thank you. May 14th, 1948 was a very, very momentous time in world history, and we are thrilled that you have chosen today and decided to recognize the accomplishments and the goodwill of the American Jewish community, especially to our children. Our children are utmost, and their welfare is the highest priority that we can have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The proclamation.
Okay. Thank you.
Whereas in 2006, President George W. Bush proclaimed the month of May to be Jewish American Heritage Month in the United States so that the nation could honor and celebrate the contributions Jewish Americans have made to the history and culture of our country. And whereas since 2006, Jewish American Heritage Month programs and activities have taken place across the country during the month of May. And whereas Jewish Americans have deepened the moral character of our nation while holding fast to their historical values and traditions, including the belief that all people are worthy of dignity and peace because they are created in God's image. And whereas Jewish Americans have played a powerful role in helping others attain social justice and civil rights in America and across the world. And whereas Jewish Americans have strengthened our nation by serving in every branch of the United States Armed Forces and by creating lasting legacies in the areas of literature, music, cinema, business, philanthropy, and more. And whereas Jewish Americans continue to make lasting contributions to the burgeoning history of the state of Florida and Manatee County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the School Board of Manatee County that the month of May 2019 shall be known, designated, and set aside as Jewish American Heritage Month, adopted with a quorum present and voting this 14th day of May, 2019, the School Board of Manatee County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barber, for a job well done. The chair has found good cause to amend the agenda to include all items listed under agenda amendments on the May 14, 2019 agenda, updated May 10, 2019, and posted to the district website. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Mr. Minor, I have a motion to amend the agenda.
Okay? You have a motion to amend
Oh, I
the,
guess I should state it first and then see if I get a second.
I don't think you got it.
I would like to add to tonight's agenda a motion to approve the recommendation of the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee to, quote, help the contract schools, quote, by approving the request of Just for Girls and providing funds equivalent to their proportionate share of the 2018-2019 1 mil referendum funds, either from the general budget or from 1 mil referendum funds. I have a copy in writing of what I just said, if you'd like it, but that's...
Second.
I second the motion.
Okay, there's been a motion by Mr. Kennedy to amend the agenda. And where would you have this agenda amended?
Well, it would be in new business at the end, after consent.
You heard the second, man.
There was a second? Okay. Is there discussion? I think that, I'll make a few comments on this. This item of business has repercussions beyond an organization I think every board member would like to assist.
Mr. Minor, point of order?
Yeah.
The discussion right now should only be about whether or not we add it to the agenda,
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
not on the...
Well, I don't doubt that a bit. And, you know, my comments are directed to the wisdom of adding this to the agenda. Now, this matter has not gone through a workshop at this point. It has a significant effect upon money that might be used in different ways. We're talking in terms of more than Just for Girls that we all admire. We're talking about, you know, all private contracts, contracted schools that would be affected. We're talking in terms of where that money comes from. You mentioned general funds, or does that take away from money for our classrooms, our public school classrooms to go to a private school? Is it taking money away from our bus drivers that for our public schools? We haven't had discussion about that in a workshop, or why maybe this fine organization is not applying to be a charter school. And I think it's premature to just put it on the agenda at this time without prior notice to the public of an important issue. That being said, is there any further discussion?
I have...
Okay. Mr. Hobbs, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to remind the chairman of the sort of painful process that we achieved during my chairmanship and that was that when a board member requested an item be placed on the agenda for consideration by the board, that as a courtesy, the chair would place that item on the agenda for the board to take up the issue. And we had many discussions about that, and we adopted it. And I'm troubled by the chair not honoring those requests, and furthermore, to speak from the dais against the opportunity for the board during a board meeting to discuss an item that an individual board member feels it is important for the board to discuss, whether it gets passed or not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you. I just wanted to address the same thing. I made the request through our agency clerk last Wednesday. I'm only making this last-minute addition now because it was not added to the agenda, which is your prerogative as chair. But historically, even before Dr. Hope's chairmanship, I guess I'll call it, since he was here earlier, the Bob Gauze rule, when he was chair, was that if you get it to me by Friday, no matter what the item, I will put it on the agenda. And I hope that going forward, we could honor some sort of process where if a board member has an item they'd like to see, it just gets put on. So, thank you.
Okay, well, my recollection of history is different from what I just heard, but thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Board Member Golden.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask that the question be called.
Okay, there's been a motion to call the question, and it's been seconded. I'm going to ask our legal counsel, do we vote on this motion to call the question?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of a calling of the question is that it's a courtesy or a request by one of the board members to have the vote put before the body. It doesn't need a second, it doesn't need a vote.
Okay, thank you. All right, the question has been called. All those in favor of the motion that's been made here and seconded to include on the agenda, and I guess under new business, is that correct, Mr. Kennedy? A proposal, it says to approve the recommendation of the Citizens Financial Committee, quote, to help contract schools by approving the request of Just for Girls in providing funds equivalent to the proportionate share of the 2018-2019 $1 million referendum funds, either from the general ledger or from the $1 million referendum funds. I'm reading, from this email of Mr. Kennedy. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this motion was made by Mr. Kennedy. I think it was seconded by Board Member Hopes, or was it Board Member Golden?
Doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we're trying to get this record
I
straight.
think Reverend Golden beat
Okay.
me to it. I was just a little louder. But Mr. Golden can second it.
Okay. And seconded by Golden, Board Member Golden. Okay, all those in favor of the motion to amend the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And cast your vote. Now, those opposed, cast your vote, and I vote nay. And,
Mr. Minor, for another motion?
well, I'm going to announce the results here. Okay, the motion passes 4-1. Okay? So the agenda is now amended to include, as the last item on new business, the motion by Mr. Kennedy. Okay? Now, I understand that Mr. Hopes has a motion.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's the same request I had last week of the chair. I move that we amend the agenda under new business for a motion to approve the approval of Barbara A. Harvey Elementary School Development Agreement, including special warranty deed, transferring ownership of parcel to Moccasin Wallow Associates LLC with no financial impact. That is the motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion by Board Member Hopes and seconded by Mr. Kennedy to include on the agenda a proposed development agreement I'm not sure which one or what, but some development agreement proposed between the School District of Manatee and Moccasin Wallow Associates, LLC. Am I stating your motion correctly?
For clarification, Mr. Minor, it is the development agreement that was prepared by the Moccasin Wallow Associates Council and the board's general counsel, and reviewed by the district council and by the construction department.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
It has the agreement has the appropriate board and district sign-offs on it, on page 7 of the agreement.
Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I just want to make sure, I believe I am, but I just want to be sure. I was the second.
Yeah.
Dr. Hopes, this is what you're attempting to add to the agenda is the identical item that was on our board agenda, I think, at our last meeting, which was pulled.
Correct.
Okay, because I had read the board work and informed myself then. I just want to make sure it's the exact same item.
That's
No
yes.
changes. Okay, my second stands.
Okay, I think we're clear as to what we're talking about for adding to the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay? It passes 4-1. So this will be item under new, added to under new business for consideration, by the board.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
For clarification, if I can make a comment. When that item comes up, there is also a resolution of the school board to dispose of the property. It's part of the package, but one's the development agreement, one's the resolution of the school board approving it, and I believe the D is the third document.
And that's after it's completed.
Yep,
So we're going to surplus it before.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hopes, you addressed your comments to the chair? Okay. Go on, Mr. Dye.
Correct, Mr. Chairman. Basically, it says that it's a surplus property, and then upon completion of the work, it's conveyed to the Neal Company, Moccasin Wallow Associates. It's just part of the document package. That's why I bring it up for clarification.
Okay.
That would be resolution 19-.
I'm sorry, you're not recognized right now. Mr. Dye, as I understand, this proposed agreement, development agreement, includes within it a proposed deed from the School District of Manatee County to Moccasin Wallow Associates, LLC, conditioned on various things that are included in this development agreement. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's all conditioned upon that, and that you're asking to have a part of this motion made by Board Member Hopes that to be added, it would seem like it would be included in the approval of the development agreement. But apparently, Mr. Dye, you don't agree with that?
No, Mr. Chairman, excuse me. What I'm saying is that when the board gets to this item, if the agenda is amended as proposed,
Yeah.
there's a development agreement and there's a resolution of the board as part of that package.
Okay. Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
Not in front of me, no, I don't.
I don't remember seeing that resolution in the development agreement. Maybe the clerks can help us out.
Mr. Chair, I do have a copy of it. It's not part of the development agreement, it is a companion with the development agreement.
Okay. Can you pass that down for me to? Okay, thank you. And I'm not sure all board members have seen this. I don't Has this been,
It was in the last packet.
okay. Okay, so this Board Resolution 1901, is that, I think we've had other resolutions in 19. I'm asking the clerk.
We have had other resolutions in 2019, yes, sir.
Okay, so this numbering may not be accurate.
It is accurate.
It is accurate.
Yes, sir. That was assigned about 2 months ago when that item originally came to the board, so
Okay.
that is the correct number for that resolution.
Okay, this is proposed resolution 1901. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I am understanding that this would be for consideration at the same time as Board Member Hope's motion for amending the agenda to also include Resolution 19-01. Mr. Hopes is, or Board Member Hopes, do I understand correctly?
I think that's the recommendation of the board's general counsel, Mr. Chairman, and I'm fine with that.
Okay, so that's included as part of your motion. Okay. I think that, I think we understand that this would be amended to our agenda, and the question is, are we going to approve that amendment to the agenda at this time?
We already did.
Okay, well, is there a motion to amend that amendment to include the consideration along with the Resolution 1901? It wasn't put in the development agreement. They're two separate.
Mr. Chairman, to keep everything in the proper posture, I make a motion to, for the approval of Resolution 19-01 for Barbara Harvey Elementary partial, surplus and disposal of parcel, no financial impact.
Okay. There's been a motion made by Board Member Hopes. We've heard what he had to say. It's about this resolution that would accompany the prior motion that Board Member Hopes has made.
So is it a motion to amend?
No, this is an additional motion.
I mean, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Two motions going at the same time, though?
No, we
Okay.
already-
We're going, yeah, I think the first motion that Board Member Hopes made, has been approved 4-1. Okay. We have a second one regarding Resolution 1901 that's been moved by Board Member Hopes and seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion about this? Okay, the chair hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, it signify by saying nay. Nay. This also passes 4-1. Okay. Now, we're get back to, with those amendments to the agenda, is there any motion to?
I move the approval of the agenda as amended, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Board Member Hopes has made a motion to approve as amended, and it's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy, and all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay, and we'll proceed, because it passes 4-1. What,
You're on the Central Florida Coalition report, Mr. Chairman.
yeah, okay. As all of you probably know, I'm privileged to represent our district, our community, and the Central Florida Public School Board Coalition that meets most months up in Orlando at their school board building. One of the important things that we discussed was coming together on a thing called the, I'm sorry, I lost my notes here, but, well, anyway, we had some reports, from our lobbyists up there in Tallahassee about the session that just ended. And it went on, but there was a matter that struck me that I was unaware of and certainly wasn't covered in the newspapers, that Senate Bill 7071, which is approved and signed by the governor, provides in it that there's supposed to be articulation and agreements between tech schools and state colleges with respect to curriculum and giving degrees. Now, this struck me as interesting because we had passed a resolution supporting our tech school being authorized by the legislature to give RN degrees. We right now do LPN degrees, we do assistant nurses, and we do a lot of medical stuff. And it seemed pretty logical to me, and I think everybody on this board and many in the community, that we would be able to proceed with RN degrees. We do much the same as at State College of Florida. So how does that play in with a requirement that there be articulation agreements, kind of dual enrollment between the School Board of Manatee and its Manatee Technical College working with State College of Florida? I understand the law that says we're supposed to do that. And the fine print of it, what does that mean? The best I could determine, and one of our lobbyists was talking with policy consultants up in Tallahassee, was, well, really, it's so that a person who gets credit in courses that might be required for RN and it meets certain standards should receive those credits when the student enrolls in the State College of Florida, toward getting an RN degree. I don't regard that as bad news. It may suggest to students that many of the courses that you might be more convenient for you for whatever reasons that are required for a RN degree, you could take them at Manatee Technical College and take care of those college courses that are required for an RN degree at State College of Florida. You can take them at our Manatee Technical College, and they would be transferable over to State College of Florida. That's my read on it. That was the read on lobbyists up there. I think that Deputy Superintendent Wagner probably is well aware of this or knows more about it than I do, but this is the first I've ever heard of it. And I'm talking about it to give voice to it in the community, that may be a good place for getting credits at the State College of Florida would be by taking courses at the Manatee Technical College that we ordered. There's the immensity of the changes in the law regarding public education that affects us is so significant and so complex that I hope that soon we have a workshop where we have our lobbyists come in and review in public forum to the community the changes in the law, how it affects our operation, how it affects our community. It's, my talking about this change and that change, I don't think communicates adequately to the multitude of changes that have been brought about by our legislature in the last couple months. That's just kind of a suggestion, and I don't think I'm going to get any argument, from the superintendent and staff that there's benefit to the community to be aware of the complexity of changes that we have to deal with, as a school board. There is one other thing I want to mention about our being together up there in Orlando. There is a problem sometimes, for students who are getting, you want to accumulate credits for bright futures and other things by public service. And there's been an organization that's been established called, Proffer, that has a program, for helping our guidance counselors and other people in charge of the records, for our students to have that information assembled, put on the computers, and be recoverable, for students or anyone else to check on the accumulation of these records of public service. This, if you think about it a little bit like I was thinking there, for oftentimes the admission of students into college programs is much affected by how much public service that they have, be it working with Kiwanis or Meals on Wheels and stuff like that. And this service makes it a lot easier, for those records to be kept and for the students to be able to demonstrate to wherever they're, applying for service. And I'm going to get together with the superintendent on this program for her to look into to see if it's worthwhile. It really impressed me, and I think all the other representatives of the 14 school districts, that this is another thing that really helps maybe the less economically fortunate to get access to advanced education. So those are the highlights, and I thank you again for the opportunity to represent you with the Central Florida Public School Board Coalition. Okay, let's. I think we're on to.
Mr. Mayor, it's me on the LULAC update.
What?
The update on the LULAC convention?
Yeah, okay, can you provide us with an update on that, please? Thank
In the
you.
interest of time, we're almost an hour in already, I'll keep this quick. But Bradenton and Sarasota were fortunate to host the state convention of LULAC, Florida. And LULAC, if you're not aware, stands for the League of United Latin American Citizens. It's the oldest and largest Hispanic advocacy group in the country. And I want to thank Jerry Chafee, because she is one of the state officers and made me aware. And so I attended a couple of the Saturday sessions. I was happy to see not only the superintendent honored, which I'm sure she can speak to in a second, but to see school district staff there to do professional development and learn how we can better serve our English language learners and Hispanic students in general. I'll just share a few of the top. Well, I'll just tell you about the two that I went to. The two sessions I was in were presented by Broward County, who is a state leader in bilingual education and dual language schools. Obviously, they have a very high percentage of English language learner students. And they gave a presentation on some of the efforts that they have undergone over the past few years and shared some of that data with the other attendees. And also, many of you know Luz Corcuera, who is the executive director of Unidos Now. And Luz brought 3 of her Future Leader Academy graduates. There was a student from, 2 students from Riverview High School and I'll probably get this wrong, but Cape Coral High School. So the reach of Unidos is spreading beyond Manatee and Sarasota. And those 3 students talked about being first generation, the first person in the family to go to college, and how Unidos Now and their services kind of pushed those students to reach a little bit higher and kind of strive for as far as they could go and not be held back by by poverty, for example, or just expectations. So it was really it was a pretty interesting conference, and like I said, the LULAC honored the superintendent with an award, an innovation award for some of the efforts that she is undertaking currently. But I'll let her speak to that.
Okay. Well, okay.
Well, I think Reverend.
Yeah.
Or Reverend Golden? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry, Reverend
The
Golden.
chair recognizes Board Member Golden to speak regarding the LULAC conference that Board Member Kennedy was talking about, to add a little more detail about the queen that, of the presentations there that night.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I was honored to be there that night to introduce our superintendent, I was also a part of the Public Education Roundtable at the conference on that Friday. I was one of the participants there, privileged to represent the faith community and their efforts and work in terms of trying to improve the quality of public education. So I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to introduce you, but I had also been asked to be a participant as a consequence of my being the secretary of the Florida Council of Churches. And they were one of the organizations that were part of this effort to bring about the needed diversity in public education. One of the most startling statistics that I heard come out of this conference is that in the 67 counties, we do not have a bilingual superintendent of schools. And of all of the members of the school boards around the state of Florida, we have less than a half a dozen that speak Spanish fluently enough to be able to use it on the job. And so I think that speaks volumes about where we have to go in terms of adapting and appreciating the new bilingualism or multilingualism that is coming to the state of Florida. And it says an awful lot about the quality and caliber of our superintendent, who received the Education Innovation Award from this statewide organization for the work that she is doing here in Manatee County, specifically with Daughtry Elementary, specifically with Manatee Elementary and Palmview Elementary, 3 programs that are specifically designed to help cope with the glaring lack of sufficiency and sufficient adaptability to the challenges that face our community. And I'm just so happy to see that we're on the right side of this fight, considering there was a federal judge that just ordered 31 counties in the state of Florida to provide, with this upcoming primary election, bilingual ballots. And I'm excited about the possibility that we will now have more involvement and more people involved, because we have an appreciation for the differences, not only in our cultures, but in our languages, and that we must accommodate them in this society. So thank you for the opportunity to make the report, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's an excellent report, Board Member Golden, and he made an excellent introduction nomination speech for our superintendent at this dinner, and it reflected well on him and our fine superintendent. And it is a great get-together. The goals are, something I think we all embrace, and I think that we were well represented by Board Member Kennedy and Golden, and I went by and participated in listening to all this oratory and what was going on. I was very impressed. Okay, we'll move on. Next thing is we have a public hearing for the board to hear regarding the renaming of Johnson Wakeland School of International Baccalaureate and answer questions related thereto. The public hearing is the vice chair. Is there public comments regarding the public hearing?
Yes, did you open the public hearing?
I guess I ought to close and, okay. We're going to close the regular meeting and open a public hearing concerning the to hear public comments regarding the renaming of Johnson Wakeland School of International Baccalaureate and answer questions related thereto. So we're in public hearing now, and Vice Chair, are there some comments or anyone signed up for this public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm going to read our rules, I guess is the best way to say it, policy. Public comment is not an open forum to discuss matters unrelated to education, to support or oppose candidates for public office, or to engage in commercial speech attempting to sell a service or product to the school board or public. Also, public comment is not an open forum to attack individual school system employees or board members. Any such complaints should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Finally, this is not a forum for addressing issues involving individual students. Because of privacy concerns, such issues should be submitted in writing to the superintendent for appropriate handling. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes to address the board. Speakers must stand at the podium and not approach the dais. If a speaker has a handout to present to the board, those must be given to the agency clerk for distribution. This is a business meeting of the school board, and the public expects that we conduct it in an orderly, efficient, effective, and dignified manner. We request that speakers keep this in mind when making your comments. We also request that the audience keep that in mind and not demonstrate approval or disapproval of what a speaker has said by clapping or booing. The board appreciates the public's input and will listen attentively, consider each comment, and usually will not respond, enter into debate, or answer questions during comments on agenda items or during the public comment section. And with that, I'm going to start with 2 people that I have that have already signed up for public comment. If you have not signed up, or if you've signed up for the other public comment section, I'm going to start with the 2 people that signed up for the public hearing, and then it will be open to anyone that would like to come and speak on this issue. If you didn't sign up, that's okay. If you sign up for a different section, that's okay. But the 2 people I have that have signed up for the public hearing are Kim Strand and Kelly Freeland Eddy.
Mr. Chair.
Shelley, sorry.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Point of order.
okay. Board Member Golden.
I noticed that tonight we have 2 armed, uniformed officers inside our chambers. And I'm not quite so sure how these decisions are made or why they're made, but I'm going to ask if one of them can stand outside, because both of you standing in here doesn't do anything to protect us from somebody coming through those doors. So I'm going to ask the
No,
one in the rear.
no,
No, no.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I feel intimidated. And that's not funny. That's a real serious concern that I have.
Mr. Chairman? I think we should rely on our police experts to decide how to protect the board during a meeting.
I agree, and Board Member Golden, I respect your comments, but I think they were totally out of order. And the officer just left, didn't have authority to leave, but he has left. Okay, let's proceed with the Vice Chair was calling for public comment.
Right, and I hear that Shelley is
I'm
here.
uncomfortable with them not being in here.
We have,
Okay.
Dr. Herbst, we have an
I
officer.
know.
Okay.
Would like the officer in the back of the room, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, officer, can you come just sit in the back?
No. I would like the other officer to come back where he was posted.
I'm not getting involved between 2 board members.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's just move on, okay?
Mr. Minor.
Okay.
Is Kim Strand in here? All right, Kim, come on down, and then after Kim will be Shelley.
Good evening, Superintendent Saunders, board members. My name is Kim Stroud. I am a parent of 2 children here in our school district, and I am the SAC chair for Wakeland Elementary. So I wanted to talk today about the renaming of the Johnson Wakeland School. So we have an opportunity up to this point for several years now. This board and the school district has honored the IB curriculum and the IB program, and our opportunity is to continue that. We have families that choice into these 2 schools. They drive by high-performing schools every single day to choice into this school because they believe in the foundation of the curriculum and what's being done with those students.
These two schools are named after educators in this community, Frances Wakeland and Louise R. Johnson. And our opportunity, your opportunity, is to continue to honor these two women who have contributed to the culture and diversity of our academic system in Manatee County by incorporating both of their names into the new name of the school. This is our first K through 8 school in Manatee County, and to honor both of these women would be an opportunity to honor the diversity of them, which also fits with the diversity of the IB curriculum. So I thank you for the consideration, and I thank you for the time to speak tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley, come on down.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Board Member, Chair Minor, Vice Chair Messenger, school board members, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Shelley Freeland Eddy, and I stand here on behalf of Gamma Rho Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated to support the family of Louise R. Johnson, who has asked that this board keep Ms. Johnson's full name on the school, the Johnson Wakeland K through 8 school. I've distributed a copy of a letter that I emailed to all of the board members back in January, just so that it's provided as a copy of the record. We believe that based upon the public input from the surveys, from the responses, from the community meetings, that it was overwhelming that the majority of the community wanted Louise R. Johnson's full name to remain on the school, and whether or not you decide what suffix to put at the end of it was independent of the request that Ms. Johnson's full name be kept on the school. One of the things that we look at is the history of Miss Louise R. Johnson in this community. She was the first African-American woman to be appointed to the Manatee County School Board. She taught for 42 years, 37 of them here in the district. She was on the school board in 1977. She started significant programs that helped Black youth, all youth, with regard to their enrichment and their growth. And when she died in 1992, the decision was made by this county to place her name on the school, and it's resided at that location on 26th Avenue ever since. The family has asked that her full name be retained on the school, and we support that request. Ms. Johnson was a member of our sorority, and she served in this community for several years. Our sorority has produced significant educators to Manatee County, many of who teach in the school district today, many of who were reared at Louise R. Johnson. One of our teachers taught one of the students that you honored today, so the legacy continues. And so we're asking that you keep her full name on the school. The other thing that we've asked you to do is to consider revising the naming policy going forward. You've taken significant steps to revise that policy, but the community is concerned and is really frustrated with having to come back before this board every time that there is a request for there to be a name change. And we know that the rules permit that any time that there is a majority vote, that you can decide to bring it before the body to have the board change the name. But we're asking for some consistency and some longevity, not just because it's in good practice that communities know what their school's name is going to be, not because it's in good practice that from a budgetary standpoint it makes sense to not continue to spend dollars over and over to change the name of the school, not just because when people choose their names they want to be sure, but it's just the right thing to do.
Ma'am.
Surveys were overwhelming, and we
Ma'am,
ask you keep the name of the
your
school.
time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, those are the two that I had signed up for the public hearing. If there's anyone else that would like to come forward and speak, you will have 3 minutes, but I ask that when you come up that you spell your name so that our agency clerk can make sure that it's written in for the record. Is there anyone else that would like to come up and speak? Mr. Wooten, I saw that you signed up for public comment, but I didn't know maybe you wanted to do this instead, so come on down.
Or both.
Or both. I won't stop you.
All right, Keenan Wooten here. Central Bradenton, once known as East Manatee, East Bradenton, now Ward 5 of City of Bradenton and District 2 of Manatee County. We have experienced so much within the last 25 to 35 years. One of the most notable disasters is we have experienced in redistricting our neighborhood. Currently in Central Bradenton, 5 middle schools split up our neighborhood and approximately 4 high schools. They tear our neighborhood apart. This was designed years ago to possibly meet new schools in high demand of growth and possibly move problems elsewhere. Well, one of the negative impacts is that it tears our sense of community away. Kids were bused all over Manatee County, and families are all over the place, and our kids are pretty much a slave to the yellow bus, thus leaving a void of family involvement in schools. I don't know if you all can imagine a parent not being able to get to their student or their kid at a good time when things happen in our schools. While I can talk about this all day, I can sit around and get mad about past decisions. One thing we got right in our neighborhood was preserving the legacy of our leaders, okay? And one of those leaders was Louise R. Johnson, all right, who was a matriarch of my community, our community, by naming a school after her in the Central Corridor of Bradenton. And I know she would be totally against everything a lot of things that are going on now, especially changing her name from a school that it was placed in her neighborhood where she dominated years ago. Ms. Johnson was appointed to the school board in 1977. A lot of people don't know that. She served until 1986. She's a sorority member of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. A lot of people don't know she was Florida's most outstanding woman in 1975, and that's kind of the equivalent to Leadership Florida of now, okay? A lot of people don't know she was, G.D. Rogers was her father, and we tampered with that, and those things, it still wounds from that, and I still have that. Well, we just throw another school on that school, but that school means so much to that community. I humbly ask you that you keep her name, Louise R. Johnson, K-8 School of International Studies. There's been so much hurt and pain in our neighborhood, and we want to preserve some legacy that we still have. And we humbly come to you to consider that. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to come and speak on this topic? No?
Okay.
I'm Layla Ward, Laila, last name Ward, Ward.
Thank you. Go for it.
So, as a student representative of the SAC, I go and I talk to different students to see their opinions, and I didn't even think about speaking today, but it just came to me to decide to talk to you as a student aspect of this name changing. And as a 7th grade student at Johnson right now, you can just see as different students, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, you can feel the different changes that we have had to endure between Wakeland coming in and slowly merging so we can fit into the next year. And the changes have been hard, and of course change is always hard, and so changes would be good for us to go through and help us with life. But as a student and just hearing from the student body itself, we feel that it will be incredibly difficult for us to really handle if Johnson name is not necessarily in the name for the K-8 next year, because of all we had to endure between changing and merging before the Wakeland side, the kindergarten to 5th graders, so they can feel like we're one, because next year we will be one. So all the different changes. So not only as just the student representative of the SAC, but just as a student body, we feel that if Johnson's name is not included in the actual overall name, that we feel that Johnson's legacy will seem like it just disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down.
Anyone else? Okay, I think that concludes public comment.
Okay, good job. Now, I think while we're in we close the hearing and then go on to considering a vote. That's my understanding too. Okay, there's no further public hearing. Or comments. We're going to close the hearing, and we're going to resume our regular board meeting, and the next item on the agenda is considering a vote. Is there a motion for the naming of this school? I think the chair recognizes Board Member Golden.
Before I make my motion, I have a question that I need to ask the superintendent. When there's an official name for a school, does the international baccalaureate designation, is that optional? Can that be taken away? Can that be changed?
It does not have to have that designation in the official name to be an international baccalaureate school. It does not have to be in the official title to be recognized as such. But many do, but it does not, that does not impact their approval or disapproval of the process.
No, what I'm asking is, once a school is named, if it contains the international baccalaureate designation, is it possible for that school to lose that designation?
Once they are merged, they will have to go through a process of getting it approved with the change that we have for next year. That will be the next step. But you do not have to have International Baccalaureate on or off the official title. That has no bearing on it.
Okay. Then I move that the name of the school become Louise R. Johnson K through 8 International Baccalaureate School.
I'm going to second that, but I have a motion to amend that name right away. So I'll second it so we can get the process moving, but I would like to suggest.
Okay, are you asking permission from the mover to make a friendly amendment to his motion?
Well, yeah, I guess I should make it a motion to amend so we can discuss it and not force Reverend Golden to accept or reject my idea right away without conversation.
I'll ask Mr. Dye to rule on it, but I think you could ask the mover if he would accept a friendly amendment, to his motion that you state.
However you want to handle it.
Do you want to do that?
You're the chair. It's up to you.
Well, no. Do you want to ask him for a friendly amendment? That you ask him if he would accept a friendly amendment that you have in mind?
Tell you what, let's just forget about that. I'll second it, and then we'll go from there. So don't worry about my motion to amend,
Okay.
friendly or otherwise.
The motion that's been made and seconded made by Board Member Golden and seconded by Board Member Kennedy, is to name this school the Louise R. Johnson K through 8 International Baccalaureate School. That's my understanding of the motion and the second, okay?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's time for discussion, okay? Mr. Kennedy, did you have something you wanted to discuss about this
I
motion?
do. I have a couple things that I want to address first, though, if I may.
Well, I really should give the honor to the person who made the motion. Board Member Golden, would you like to comment on your motion?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
I scarce know where to begin, but I'll begin with this. When the school was named Louise R. Johnson Middle School, nobody, when it was named that, contemplated that there would be a subsequent merger between another school named after a very prominent educator. When that merger took place, and even though it hasn't even been officially adopted, the community that birthed Mrs. Johnson's service. Wasn't asked, wasn't discussed, it was just done. I do not want to be a part of compounding that by overlooking the concerns that have been brought here by her sorority and all of the people that signed this letter, overlooking the child who came up here tonight to simply say, in her own words, we would lose our identity. I heard that argument a few months ago with respect to the naming of another school. And I didn't buy it then. That's not important. I don't buy it now. Our history is important, but so is our future. And sometimes you just have to make tough choices. Sometimes the choices hurt. And I'm not offering this as a panacea or anything. And I have to apologize because I didn't read. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do now because what was being asked was Louise R. Johnson K-8 baccalaureate school. But I know it's an international baccalaureate, so I think maybe I better stick with my motion and not complicate it. So that's part of where I am. I'm just, at some point, we have to acknowledge our history and learn that we live with it, painful as it may be, and stop kicking the can down the road and stop coming up with reasons as to why we ought to accommodate each other's weaknesses instead of trying to make each other stronger. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Golden. Board Member Kennedy, did you have some comments?
I do. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
First of all, Commissioner Freeland-Eddy, I appreciate you being here tonight. It's not often we have a fellow elected official in the room, but thank you for being here. And I want to address your request of us changing the policy about naming. I'm going to kind of skip over that, but kind of put that on the back burner because I think that's a valid point. But specifically tonight, let's address this school. Having named 3 schools in the past year, I hope we never do it again. And I'd like to put that into policy, that we never change the name of anything again. And once we name it, we never change it again. So, but we appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you. This room was empty 2 weeks ago when we discussed this at a workshop when the name nominations were first presented to us, and I brought up my concern, or my initial desire was that we incorporate both names into the name of the new school because we're merging 2 schools. Reverend Golden just walked out of the room, but I'll say this anyway. Reverend Golden made an excellent point that the name Wakeland is not going to disappear because the school that was formerly Wakeland Elementary is still there. The district is going to maintain that property. So much like we have a Matsky complex, we will have a Wakeland property. So Francis Wakeland's name will not be lost. It will still be on a building. And therefore, I do believe it's important, having met Mrs. Johnson's siblings a couple of years ago at an event at Johnson Middle School. I forget what the event was for, but a couple of her sisters, I believe, were in attendance. And it was really an honor to meet them. And so this is a tough one. But after having thought about it for 2 weeks since that workshop 2 weeks ago, because we are going to maintain the Wakeland name and the argument about maintaining Louise R. Johnson's name and identity and the importance of that to East Bradenton, that argument has won me over, and I think we should maintain the name Louise R. Johnson. I am aware that the school is combined now, and there has been an effort by both school campuses to kind of incorporate their culture and their logos, for example. And my hope is that that effort could continue, and that the signage that the school uses, and officially the name, if this passes, will be Louise R. Johnson K through 8, because that's the part I would like to take off. Is the, and Reverend Golden should really be here for this, but I would like to take, I would suggest that we take off the International Baccalaureate and just call it Louise R. Johnson K through 8, because to answer Rev's question from the beginning, a school can be an IB school, but then lose that designation down the road for whatever the circumstance may be. So this was brought up briefly in the workshop a couple weeks ago too. But I don't know where the rest of the board, that would just be my suggestion. The rest of the board can think about that. But I just wanted to speak in support of Reverend Golden's suggested name. Rev, my only suggestion would be that we take off International Baccalaureate. But that's where I am. But I'm just one of 5, so.
Okay. Okay.
I would accept that suggestion.
Okay, Vice Chair Messenger.
I don't necessarily agree with that suggestion, but I'll get to that in a minute.
We have one motion on the floor that Reverend Golden made, and it was seconded by Mr. Kennedy.
Right, and
To name it the Louise R. Johnson K through 8, I think International Baccalaureate School. I
Right.
think that was the motion.
Yes, that's how I understand it.
Okay, thank you.
But when this came before the board and there was I forget the word, town hall at Johnson, I went and I said to the community, please come in droves, email me, put in your votes. And that was my number one ask. I put it out on Facebook, come, watch, be part of this, email me, all of that. And surely enough, the number one that has votes tonight is Louise R. Johnson K-8 IB School, which is what you just said.
Yes.
And my goal is to do what the community wants. That is always my goal. I support having IB in the title, or International Baccalaureate, or I think as Mr. Wooten suggested, International Studies. I would support any of those, only because from my experience, I worked at an IB elementary school. And when they converted to an IB school, and it could be different now because that was years ago, they were encouraged, that school was encouraged to add some sort of designation to their title to signify that they were now an International Baccalaureate school. And so I think that's an important thing to have as part of the title. I think it shows that this school has a really awesome special program there. And so for me, if we have to go down years from now and maybe remove the International Baccalaureate, I agree with you. I don't want to ever rename anything ever again, ever. It's not something I enjoy. So I agree with you on that. But in the same respect, I don't want to do anything at this point that I think actually could harm the school in the future, because that is a great program. And if somebody sees the title, they're going to go, oh man, that sounds really awesome. And so I want to showcase that. So I'm not in favor of removing that. I am totally in favor of Reverend Golden's motion. I think that is clearly what the community wants. I'm sorry, Charlie Kennedy, K-8 did not win, but.
I tried to stuff the ballot box. But
I know.
And not only that.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was Charlie Kennedy Magnet. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I think Charlie Kennedy Community School is in there somewhere too.
Is it? Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm so sorry. You got 2 votes,
I
but
fell short.
I support what the community wants. That was always that was my whole point that night that I came. I support whatever the community wants. That is my goal. That is what we're supposed to be doing here. So.
I take it back, Charlie.
Okay.
I'm going to leave international in. So.
Okay, let's address it to the chair, please. Okay. Mr. Hopes, do you have some comments you'd like to share with us?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I agree with the motion, and I agree with Vice Chair Messenger. I think it's we're trying hard to create community-centric schools, and a name is important. And I also think that the International Baccalaureate label is and should continue to be a sense of pride for the community. And so I think it does need to be as part of the name. I thought you were going to drop the K through 8, but I'm not willing to drop the International Baccalaureate. I think that's important. I think it's important. That's an achievement, and every day that those students attend and every day those parents drop their students off, we want them to strive to continue to maintain the quality of the program and maintain the International Baccalaureate status. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes, for your comments. I have a question, and I agree with the, thinking that Vice Chair Messenger, has expressed, and the gist of the motion that has been made. The 22 votes upon nominations that we were provided before had the name Louise R. Johnson, K-8, IB School. Now, I'm wondering, I think everybody was thinking that's International Baccalaureate. That was my thinking. What name do we put out there on the front wall and the signs? Does it make any difference what the official name is? And we're deciding tonight the official name. I think that all of us are on the same wavelength to have it Louise R. Johnson, have it K through 8, and end with school, and have something of IB or International Baccalaureate. The motion was to have it K through 8, but International Baccalaureate School. And this is kind of a question, to legal counsel and the superintendent. If it's a lot easier to put up a sign that says Louise R. Johnson K through 8 IB School. Okay? Now, and there's, where do you go? I go to an IB school. It's a lot less syllables than International Baccalaureate, whatever. It sounds like some degree you get in college. Now, I am wondering, is there any problem if we adopt this motion, which was to be K through 8 International Baccalaureate School, which is not listed as one of the names selected by the community?
Yeah.
And we say we want to do what the community says. And okay, our vice chair is saying, oh, Mr. Chair, you're kind of picking at it. But if I'm asking, Mr. Dye, is there any problem, we're going to pick an official name. Is there any problem when, if we name it K through 8 International Baccalaureate School, I guess that's 8 syllables as opposed to IB. Does that prevent us from, on the outside, calling it Louise R. Johnson K through 8 IB School on the outside?
May.
Mr. Chairman, there are no legal prevention. I mean, you can put whatever on the sign you think works best for you.
Okay, and people can go around and say, I go to the K through 8 IB School. Okay, Superintendent.
Yes, sir. Right now, International Baccalaureate is spelled out on the building of the school. So those words are spelled out.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't mean that the board can't choose to change it, but that is already, that is already there. And IB is just, a shorter abbreviation, but I think for clear communication to the community and people interested in those studies, it does designate what it is.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I am wondering, the people who compile this, and I think that, Mike, when you're compiling this, is IB maybe short for International Baccalaureate when the list was made? So in fact, it could reflect votes for International Baccalaureate. Okay, thank you. All right, well, I support the motion. Is there any Other discussion? I think Board Member Hopes.
I was just I thought you were gonna go down the IB path, and I will tell you, coming out of the world of medicine and long-term care, IB, to me, is irritable bowel.
Okay.
And so I think International Baccalaureate's a far safer way to go.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, Board Member Golden.
Yes. I support International Baccalaureate because if you can't spell International Baccalaureate, you probably ought not go to that school.
Okay. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? The chair, hearing none, will call the question. All those in favor, please signify let me repeat the motion that was made by Board Member Golden and seconded by Board Member Kennedy to rename the school the Louise R. Johnson K through 8 International Baccalaureate School. That's the motion that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Let me reiterate something that Board Member Kennedy talked about. We have an auxiliary complex named for Francis Wakeland in a building, where Wakeland Elementary School has been for many years. She's not forgotten or overlooked, and God bless her and her family. So, okay.
Chair?
Yes, Board Member Golden.
I know this might be a stretch, but only because some of the names that were mentioned tonight included the Francis Wakeland name in them, and without, I don't know how to, because I would like to see, or I would like to formalize the commitment that the support center there on 27th Street East be named the Francis Wakeland School Support Center. And that would be my motion. I'm just trying to put it into this so we don't have to keep.
Okay, well, there's a process for that, and we'll go by we're required to go by the process, but I don't think there's any opposition to that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. This brings us to public comments. And Vice Chair Messenger, you're in charge of the public comments.
Yes, and I already read our policy once, so I don't think I need to read it again. I think y'all were here before. So I'm going to start with Cheryl Miller, and after Cheryl Miller will be Bunny Roberts.
Good evening, everyone. And my little sidekick, I apologize for the squeals and giggles. My name is Cheryl Miller, and my purpose is to speak to you all about an issue that affects several children. However, so I can speak from experience, I'm using my son as the example. There are multiple children in my son's school who could benefit from your understanding my concern. He's 4 years old, and his name is Alex. He's been approved to receive ESY services this summer. He's currently enrolled in a private school, which is a contract site for preschool through the Manatee County School District, and receives his IEP there. Some of the children are disabled like him and also have an IEP, while the other children are typical 3- and 4-year-olds with no special needs. The reason we put him in this school when he started at 18 months old is because we knew it was an inclusive environment and he would learn best from being around typical peers. We have seen firsthand that he benefits significantly from this type of learning environment. I've been told that the only way for him to receive ESY services is for him to attend Rogers Garden Elementary School this summer, along with all the other preschool and elementary age students that have an IEP. This will exclude him from contact with typical children and not be the least restrictive environment. It is his right under IDEA to be educated in the least restrictive environment, and that environment is available to him this summer at his school that he attends every day.
The law states to the maximum extent appropriate, children with disabilities, including children in public or private institutions, are educated with children who are non-disabled, and that special classes, separate schooling, or other removal of children with disabilities from the regular education environment should only occur if the nature or severity of the disability is such that education in regular classes cannot be achieved satisfactorily. Alex's education is being achieved satisfactorily in the inclusive environment at Easter Seals Lily School. Removal from this program would violate his rights and possibly damage emerging skills. I ask you not violate this right that is protected under federal law. Several months ago, Alex was finally able to receive his Baha hearing device. He had significant speech delays because of his difficulty hearing. He has just begun to truly hear everything in his environment. Recently, he was able to put 2 words together for the first time. He is also working very hard on potty training. We have a goal of toileting independently by the time he starts kindergarten. And this is attainable so long as there are no disruptions to the emerging skills. With his emerging speech skills, he may even say, "I love you," for the first time. I ask you to not violate his rights and disrupt the significant progress that Alex is making, requiring him to attend ESY out of his home school. Once again, thank you for all of your time, and I would be happy to send this information to you tomorrow via email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Alex.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for being so patient. Right, are you Bunny Roberts?
I am Bunny Roberts.
After Bunny will be Mr. Gibolina.
Good evening, Superintendent Saunders and school board members. My name is Bunny Roberts. I have been a part of the Manatee County school system for 45 years. As a student, a volunteer, a substitute, an intern, and in 11 more days, 28 years as a teacher. I'm here to speak to you about the Best and Brightest Scholarship Program, specifically VPK. Lost my place, I looked up. Oh, the Florida Statute 1012.01 that defines instructional personnel as any K-12 staff member whose function includes the provision of direct instructional services to students. Instructional personnel also includes K-12 personnel whose functions provide direct support in the learning process of students. Included in the classification of instructional personnel are the following K-12 personnel. Classroom teachers are defined as staff members assigned to the professional activity of instructing students in courses and classroom situations, including basic instruction, exceptional student education, career education, and adult education, including substitute teachers. I teach integrated pre-K at Terra Elementary, and according to a recent audit, certified pre-K teachers are excluded, according to this statute, for Best and Brightest, loan forgiveness, and portions of drop. What does a pre-K teacher do, you ask? Well, I happen to have a little list that I'm going to read very quickly so I don't run out of time. Certified pre-K teachers in Manatee County, the curriculum is the Florida VPK Standards High Scope Curriculum and Manatee County Curriculum Maps. The subjects taught reading, writing, phonics, phonemic awareness, math, social, emotional functioning, motor skills, health, social studies, science, music, art, PE, computer technology. Our assessments we give, BDIs, ASQs, we all know what that means, but don't have time to explain it. STAR Early Literacy Report Cards, FBAs, Florida VPK Assessment, referrals checklists, recorded observations for academics, behavior, vision and hearing, speech, language, OT, PT, test scores, report data, parent conferences, remediation, differentiated instruction, reading groups, attendance records, Manatee County focus, ELC, we take attendance on paper, we do it electronically, IEPs, we're the case manager, we develop and implement prior written notice, meeting notice, manage QMs, writing goals, progress monitoring, progress reports, transition meetings, supervised paraprofessionals responsible for certification, ELC credits, classes, Florida renewal requirements, lesson plans, PDPs, formal observations, walkthroughs, school committees, after-school events, before and after-school duties, faculty meetings, team meetings, PLWs, we have the same contract working conditions as K to 12, but according to that definition, we're not included. And I'm running out of time, so I'm going to skip to this. Tonight, we're asking you to contact the powers that be, the Governor's Office, the Department of Education, to please include pre-K in that K to 12 definition because we're excluded. We want to thank MEA and Dr. Saunders for finding the resources this year to include us, but would like to be included in future. So again, that's the statute we would like you to
Thank you.
fix for us. Thank you.
Do you have any arguments up here?
Now, Madam Superintendent, at the end, we heard the comments of thanking you and our MEA official for getting together to provide the compensation for pre-K teachers as the others. And I think we all agree, the statute should be changed to include K through 8. It's not going to be done in the session that just concluded, but I think that when we put together our legislative recommendations for next year, we'll emphasize that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Saunders. My name is Glenn Giuliano, for the record, taxpayer, community activist. So, I really love this school district. I do. I mean, it's a great school district. My daughter's been going there since kindergarten, and tomorrow she's walking across that stage to get her diploma as an honor student. So I love the district. I'm not always crazy about the policies, but I wake up every morning, I go to bed, and I'm going, well, what are we doing about people that don't have the same advantage my daughter did? A roof over their head, a hot meal, good parents. What about the 2,000 homeless students that we currently have in our district? Nobody has addressed that issue. We have to get our heads out of the sand, realize that it is a problem within our community, and you as a board district need to address the problem. So I am asking for a workshop. When I spoke at Tiger Bay, we had a collaborative of affordable housing agencies that are willing to come to a workshop to address this issue. And our homeless students is a big issue with me. It's a purpose that I have. And in this summer, guess what? They're still going to be homeless, but they're not going to have a safe environment to go to, and they're not going to get that free lunch. So we need to start thinking about that. So I'm asking to put that on a workshop. The second thing I want to bring up, and by the way, when Alice was here, I didn't see them say 44% of our citizens in Manatee County can't afford to live here. The other thing is, AmeriSchool, the renewable energy. Started with you, Mr. Hopes, then it was to Mr. Kennedy, and now it's on your plate, Mr. Minor. So I understand now that the board members can put it on the agenda. So are we going to put it on the agenda for a workshop? And the other thing is solar energy management. I'll send you the Budweiser thing where the payback was 6 years. And I'll be happy to give you a tour up there because I know the owner. So 2 things I want: a workshop for the homeless and for the renewable energy policy. Folks, we're coming into 2020. We need a renewable energy policy, and we haven't had it. So when can I expect the workshop? And who's going to put it on the agenda? You're the chair, Mr. Minor. Are you going to step up to the plate? Would you?
This isn't a place for a dialogue.
Think about those kids that have no roof over their head tonight.
Thank you. Susan Franco and then Becky Canese.
Good evening. My name is Susan Franco. Board Chairman, board members, and Superintendent Saunders. August 23rd will mark the 5-year anniversary of the passing of Jerry M. Parker. Jerry served this district for more than 18 years. To To memorize his service to the district, I would like to request Building 2 at the Professional Support Center be named the Jerry M. Parker Television Operations Center. Jerry gave his all for this district for many years. I worked with him for his 18 years, and he was a very special man, and I think this would be very nice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Becky, come on down, and then Kristen Krilling.
I'll be speaking for a group, so I'd appreciate the extra time to cover some of the issues that I have.
Did you sign up for it?
I don't believe she signed up for it, but I mean, I
I
understand
signed
that.
up and it said thank you when I was just about to hit.
Oh, no, you signed up. I just don't know if you signed up specifically for a group. But, I mean, I think we understand that
Well-
she is speaking for a group.
If you signed up say, for a group, then you get 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. We've had some issues, with that in the past. People come up and they say they haven't signed up for a group, but they say they're for a group.
I understand.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Superintendent Saunders, thank you for all that you're doing. And Mr. Chairman, I share your interest in making sure that we get this right. I have appreciated the opportunity to help support the board as well as my own board of directors in making the right decisions for the girls that we're charged with serving. There are some facts that I wanted to clarify for all of you as you consider these questions before you. First of all, Just for Girls is not a private school. We're not even a school by legal definition, although we're on the list of district-operated schools of choice that's published by the Florida Department of Education. We're also on the list of Title I schools based on the nature of the children that we serve and the type of services that we provide. We're also not a charter school. We were, and this board approved the transition into an alternative education program because it's a better fit. And it has been a very good success. The annual report that you're getting today might seem like we've been through this before, but a whole year has passed since I brought you our last annual report. And in there, you'll see that we have outperformed the district in 9 out of 12 progress measures. What this means is that from one year to the next, we're exceeding the district, which is on the borderline of an A rating. We're exceeding them by 30 points. The district, for example, got a 6-point net gain, and Just for Girls got a 36-point net gain. So it's not just slightly over, it's significantly higher. For level 3 and above, the district achieved a 14% net gain. Just for Girls achieved a 49% net gain in the number of students we lifted up into that group of level 3 and above. The important thing that is problematic for a charter school designation is that the girls that come to us were failing to thrive in a traditional school setting. And because of that, they have serious deficits. Every year, they fall farther and farther behind. So what I gave you were progress measures. We're accelerating their learning to help them catch up and recover from those deficits. And that's the reason why this program is so important. On the millage, you mentioned too that you want to do what the community wants. And I want to do what the voters want as well. And I believe that when they passed the millage, they never intended that any segment of our district students would be discriminated against or shortchanged from having their fair share. The students we serve generate these funds, and those funds should follow them. If they don't, then they're being used for other purposes, and they're shortchanging these students. The district themselves argued with the public about the importance of elevating the education, the quality of the education, and describing how what we get from the state is not enough. What Just for Girls gets is far less than what the district gets, and we cannot compete with you, and that wasn't the intention with the millage. We can't compete with you for the $5,000 more per teacher. We have 23 teachers at our current capacity. We have the full capacity would have 27 teachers. The amount of money we're talking about to include these students in that millage is $83,559. It includes an extended day. If we're at full capacity, it's just over $100,000, $102,387. The millage is higher by $4 million than original projections. The district's financial picture right now can absolutely afford to allow these funds to follow these students rather than keep them. And I think if we get this wrong, it could jeopardize this issue when it comes back to the voters in 4 years. We want to show the community that what they intended was not for us to compete with each other. We're working together under contract for remediation services, which were originally written into the resolution. The staff properly brought this to the board. The board properly did send it to a workshop. Then the board came back and referred it to your Citizens Financial Advisory Committee, and that advisory committee unanimously approved this request to allow these funds to follow these students so that they can have an equal opportunity for a high-quality education.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
Kristen, and after Kristen, Amy Wick Mavis.
Good evening, Superintendent Saunders, Mr. Wagner, Chairman, board members, and legal counsel. I am Kristen Kryling. I am the principal at King Middle School. I know there's a lot going on right now. In a mere 24 hours, you're going to have students walking across the stage for graduation. Your time is very honorable, and I appreciate everything you're doing. Why I'm here right now is just to kind of shed a little more light on the land that we have over at King Middle School. And I know that the fire department has been looking into this. Time is very busy, but I just want to bring up a few points. Right now, presently at King Middle School, irrigation has been something that we've battled since before, when we had the land before. Right now, my PE fields technically don't drain properly. The district is adamantly working on it. They actually came out today with different things that we have going on. However, north of the school would be our courts. In the middle school level, it's very important to review the whole child. The physical, the mental, the emotional well-being. We are trying to build these students to be the best adults so they're citizens here in our community. It's with this, if we can't use the courts or actually the fields to the west of our land, we then take them over to the courts. There's tennis courts over there. Also, Manatee High School, they use it for their tennis. I want you to clearly understand that if we were to remove this land that we have to the north, that means the days that we have any poor drainage, all of my students would now be in my gymnasium. So if you have more questions, come on out. We're there about 7 o'clock in the morning. Come join us. If it's a rainy day, I'll give you a pair of boots and an umbrella. But anyways, I do appreciate your time. Honestly, if you do have more questions, please don't hesitate. I know the next few days are very busy for all of us. You want to come out June 1st, we can walk the land, anything you want to do. But thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, and after Amy is another Amy.
Which Amy do you want?
Amy Wick Mavis, and then an Amy Foon?
It was a popular name the year we were born.
Guess so.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I am Amy Wick Mavis from Pace Center for Girls, and I welcome the opportunity to talk to you today about the millage. Pace celebrates 30 years in our community. That's a lot to be proud of, a lot of girls' lives that we are changing. It's important to remember that the intent of the millage was to increase salaries for people who teach public school children. Our Pace girls are public school children. When they walk across the stage for graduation, they are Manatee County Public School girls. When our girls graduate, they receive a Manatee District diploma. They are Manatee District girls. And for us, that's very important. Our teachers work year-round. They have the exact same qualifications as any other public school teacher. Yet they work year-round trying to remediate and get our girls back where they have failed in other environments. So it's really important that our teachers, our girls, we say, should have the best of the best. They should have those teachers. And if they're competing with other schools, we are going to lose our teachers, and our girls will not have them, and they will not have an opportunity for that better future. They won't. Today we celebrated Pregnancy Prevention Month. We know what happens when girls don't learn and they're not successful. What are their options? What are those things going to be available to them? So we really embrace that you all are looking at and considering what the intent of the millage was and how this could possibly impact also contracted site teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Ma'am? I'm sorry. I just had a question. I wasn't quite so clear. We were in public comment, but and one of the things under our consent items is to renew the contract for Pace Center, but that's not why you're here.
No.
You're here to be supportive of the request for contract schools.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Not gonna pull my contract, are you?
No, no.
Too late
No,
for that.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Can I ask another question now that he said that? I know this isn't really in order, but now I'm very confused.
I'm kind of confused, by this dialogue myself.
Well, can I ask?
Sure.
My understanding of the motion was that it was just for girls. Just for girls.
But that was the motion.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to make sure I understood. I wasn't, that question was not meant for you, that was meant for the chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, okay, you're not considered a charter school.
No, I'm a contracted.
You're a private contract school.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure I understood the motion.
Yep.
All right. I don't want to say other Amy, second Amy, come on down.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Amy Fung, and I am here to speak and ask for restoration of units at Electa Lee Magnet Middle School. Due to the loss of units at our school, the theater department and jazz band will be removed next year. As a Title I magnet school for the arts that has an economically challenged student population, I believe that we should get these units restored, not only for the students who can't afford education of the arts outside of school, but also for the many lives these two subjects have impacted. For me, it was theater that changed my life. From the past 3 years I've been enrolled in theater, I've learned the skills and techniques in acting, but I've also grown as a person. The theater classroom is a safe place where you are free to express who you are inside and out. It is a judgment-free zone where you learn to laugh with people rather than at them. You discover who you are in theater, and I can't speak on behalf of the jazz band, but I'm sure it has impacted many lives of students as well. If these two subjects are taken out because of a small issue, students will be deprived of something that could have been an amazing part of their lives. Please consider restoring these units so the future students of Lee will have the opportunity to express themselves creatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't want to slaughter this name. By Pasha. B. Pasha. Sounds real close.
Good evening. I will also be speaking on term of Electa Lee Magnet School too. Albert Einstein once said, "Creativity is intelligence having fun." Creativity is more than just art, theater, or music. It is the association of memories, ideas, and one's perception. Good evening. I am Bipasha Shrestha, currently a sophomore at Southeast High School. As a student who went through the theater program, I'm here to also ask for the additional units for Electa Lee Middle School. Generally speaking, many ancient societies have treasured music for centuries, but unfortunately, American schools are targeting music programs and performing arts. As I hear more about the closing of such programs across the United States, I would have never imagined such programs to be hit close to home. As a student who actively participated in such programs, it only seems right for me to speak about such issues. I found my voice while studying arts, especially while I had the opportunity to join theater. The program allowed me to gain self-confidence, something I had not yet able to obtain. Not speaking just for myself, but also for many of my other peers, we can all agree that performing arts assisted us with gaining self-confidence we lacked as emerging teenagers. Comparatively, it should not be forgotten how safe we feel in our representative performing arts. Mrs. Galetta, the theater teacher at Electly Middle School, went above and beyond to create a safe place for all of us. Being able to communicate from a young age has a very significant effect as you grow up. Not only are you able to communicate your needs, but you're also able to take in constructive criticism. It teaches us discipline, respect, and hard work. Coming from Lee, it has taught me the importance of working with a group and how to be successful within one. Nevertheless, performing arts has always been an essential part of shaping our teenage years and helping us be well-rounded students. By taking away any aspects or any department of the performing arts at Lee, you'll be taking away a legacy the students have worked so hard to create. So I urge you to add the additional units. After all, such program is unique to Manatee County, and it should not only be recognized, but also prioritized, not stripped away. Thank you.
Okay, finally, I had Keenan Wooten on the list. I know he spoke earlier, but I'm just going to do a last call that he really left. All right, that concludes public comment.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. It's over 2 hours since we commenced this meeting, and unless there's any objection, I'm going to call for a 15-minute health break recess. And okay, we go. We're adjourned until 8:05. Thank you. We're in recess.
Mr. Neal is going to get a sleeping bag by the time we get to him. Going to need a coffee.
I'll go get him. I think that what happens is when they ask you at staff meeting, you tell them.
Wake up! Wake up! We'll hit you with the Diet Coke can.
Recess is over, and welcome back, everyone. For those viewers at home, you might take note that this board has been in session since 2 p.m. this afternoon, with a short break between the workshop and the meeting, the regular meeting. And so I thought it was appropriate we took a 15-minute break at this time, and thank you for rejoining us for those at home. We left off at the close of public comment, and the next item of business, according to my records, is approval of the minutes. And I'm asking the superintendent if she has a recommendation with respect to board minutes.
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of the minutes from April 23rd, 2019, school board workshop and regular meeting, May 2nd, 2019, special meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
It's moved by Board Member Kennedy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I think that Vice Chair Messenger got the second, and all those, is there any discussion? The chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving the motion approving the superintendent's recommendation concerning the minutes, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed indicate by nay. It passes 5-0 unanimous. This brings us to the next item on our agenda, the consent items. And is there a motion, or excuse me, does the superintendent have a recommendation concerning the consent items?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the consent agenda for May 14th, 2019.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
Mr. Chair,
It's been,
I move that the consent items numbered 1 through 52 be approved.
okay, that consists of all the consent items.
Yes, sir.
It's been moved by Board Member Golden, it's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy to approve the consent items listed in the agenda. Is there discussion? The chair,
Mr. Minor, I just have one quick comment,
okay?
and this is just for, this was brought to me by one of our teachers, and I know we've talked about it before, but I just wanted to bring it up as a reminder that one of the challenges for our high school students is that those students who are at a high school that is on the so-called skinny schedule, the 45-minute schedule, they are at a disadvantage to getting to MTC during the school day. And I just wanted to kind of bring that back. Thank you, Heather, for pointing it out to me and reminding me, is that, going forward, if we could kind of figure out some way to better serve those kids in that 45-minute schedule. If you're on the block, Reverend Golden, if you're on the block schedule, you would, for example, leave your high school at about noon, 12:15, somewhere in there, and then get yourself to MTC to participate in those programs. Those students who are on the 45-minute schedule, they don't have that hour-and-a-half window to get themselves over to MTC, so that's what I'm just bringing back up.
Okay, any other
Future
comments?
consideration.
Okay.
I just want to say there's public comment.
Oh, there is public comment, I'm sorry. Okay. You have public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay,
Mr.
well, thank you.
Jablina, come on
Okay,
down.
thank you.
Well, if it's any consolation, I've been up since 5:30 feeding chickens, so, we all have a long day. All right, so I'm going to go through this fast since I only have 3 minutes for 50 items, okay? First 3 items were 1, 2, and 3 exceed $12 million. And I look at that and I say, well, what do we get for $12 million? I can't find any contracts, I can't find any information, so I would urge this board to be very transparent so the citizens can take a look at it and see if it's accountable. So I look at all these things and I say, well, let's do a deep dive on some of them, and I can't figure it out. So it's our money. We deserve to see the contracts. We deserve to see the subcontractors. Item 11, $3 million, bid for electrical services. So I opened it up, and it's not one contract, it's 3 contracts. It's not only 3 contracts, it's at 3 different schools. Not only it's at 3 different schools, We don't have an amount on how much the LED lights are going to be at one school and what you're doing over here. I cannot find those contracts anywhere. As a taxpayer, I'm entitled to know those numbers at each school and who's doing the work. I mean, this is click and play. So when you bundle that up, that's a red flag to me. That says, you know what, you're setting one price and you're bundling 3 different schools up. That's not the way this citizen wants to see these contracts. 41, let's go to 23, approval to apply to accept the National Farm Worker job. Love it, $346,000. So I called them up. I said, got a great program here. Do you have anything for migrant workers for housing? Oh yeah, Glenn, we got $738,000. Just call them up and see if you can get it. Has this school board reached out for housing for migrant workers? Because the funds are there. And if they're there, we should be going after them. The other thing is, 41, the support building. I had to go to the 3rd page to find out even what address you were going to do the work at. So you have a $7 million project, replacing the roof. Again, $500,000 in engineering fees and nothing about a renewable energy on that building. We need to get a policy about any re-roofing. We should at least take a look at to see if it's cost effective. Certainly on the new schools, it should be built in, but on the retrofits, $7 million. And the good thing I did see is that now at least you're buying the materials, so we're saving the sales tax on all the materials we buy. She's been doing that 20 years ago, but I'm glad you're starting that, because that's saving us tens of thousands of dollars.
Mr. Jubilina, did you say that was
Mr.
41?
What?
Did you say that was number 41?
Yeah.
Approval of professional support center.
Right.
HVAC and building envelope operation.
Right.
Partial substantial, no financial impact.
It's $7 million.
But my report says no financial impact.
Well, do a deep dive. As I did. You got over $500,000 in engineering fees. You bought the building materials for $346,000. Of course, you saved the sales tax on that. So I don't know where that's $6 million. That's a lot of labor. But thank you for bringing that up.
Okay. Are there any other public comments?
No.
Hearing no board discussion and no further public comments, the chair calls the question, and all those in favor of the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. It passes unanimously 5-0. The next item is under new business. It's for approval of the budget amendments for March 2019. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the budget amendments for March 2019.
So moved.
Been moved by Board Member Kennedy to approve the superintendent's recommendation. Is there a second? It's seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. Is there discussion? The chair hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation of approval of the budget amendments for March 2019 that's been moved by Board Member Kennedy and seconded by Vice Chair Messenger indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. It carries unanimously 5-0. Item number 2 under new business non-consent item is approval of the year-to-date financial statements through March 31, 2019. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of the year-to-date financial statements through March 2019.
So moved.
March 31, 2019? Okay. Thank you. It's been moved by Board Member Kennedy. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. All those in favor of the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation for approval of the year-to-date financial statements through March 31, 2019, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion carries unanimously. This brings us to, under new business, item number 3, approval of renewal 2 for food supply and distribution, School District Manatee County number 160002-SM, not to exceed $12 million. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of renewal for food supply and distribution, SDMC number 16-0002-SM, not to exceed $12 million.
Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
Is there a second to the superintendent's recommendation? A motion to, excuse me, is there a second to Board Member Kennedy's motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been seconded by Vice Chair Messenger. Is there discussion? The chair hearing none, will call the question. All those in favor of the motion and second to approve the superintendent's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. This carries unanimously 5-0. Brings us to item number 4 of new business non-consent, approval of a new job description of Associate Office of Professional Standards.
I move that under new business, that the recommendation of the superintendent be given at this time for items 4 through 10, and that if that after she gives the approval for those 6 new job descriptions, that we approve them in seriatim.
I'll second that if it's allowed.
Yeah.
I have a question about that because there might be some public comment. Is there any public comment for any of these items, number 4 through number 10 of the under new business?
No.
Public comment.
Is there?
There's no public comment.
Okay, nobody signed up for public comment. Nobody signed up. I'm asking the board attorney, we have all these items, and I guess the argument against in seriatim is that at least we ought to, publicly voice, the particular item in the event that there might be someone in the audience who might want to come forward, or there might be some board member who wants to comment on one of the things but approves of others. What is the board attorney's ruling on doing something of that nature?
Mr. Chair, I don't think the motion is out of order. I think it's allowed if the board finds it's to its best interest or more efficient meeting to take them as a group. There's nothing to prohibit that.
Okay.
On the public comment question, typically you ask for public comment ahead of time, and that's only, you ask for people who have signed up for public comment ahead of time.
Okay.
If there are none, then I don't see that as an impediment from taking it as a group. Okay. During the discussion on the motion, it includes all the items within the group, and if a board member has a comment on any of those items during the discussion on the motion, it'd be appropriate to bring it out at that time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dye.
I'll
Okay.
second Mr. Golden's motion to approve items 4 through 10 in a block vote.
Okay, there's been moved and second. We haven't yet had the superintendent's recommendation on the items 4 through 10. I think that the motion is taken as subject to the superintendent's recommendation of items 4 through 10, that we proceed in a block manner to approve items 4 through 10. Is that a fair assumption?
What I said, Mr. Chair, is
Okay.
that after we receive the superintendent's recommendation.
Okay, Madam Superintendent, do you have a recommendation with respect to items 4 through 10 on the published agenda of non-consent items?
Yes, I recommend all the new job descriptions, items 4 through 10, for approval, please.
Okay, now, it seems like I don't know if the motion that was made, can we have a motion for approving?
I make a motion of
You
approving
can make the
item.
recommendation, I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I move
Okay.
that we approve items 4 through 10 as presented by the superintendent.
As recommended by the superintendent, okay. Board Member Hopes has made a recommendation for approval of, in a block fashion, of items 4 through 10 under new business, and it's being seconded by Board Member Golden. Okay, is there any discussion about any of these things? Yes, Vice Chair Messenger.
I don't agree that this should be done in a block, number one.
Okay,
Number two, I have questions about one of them, maybe some concerns about one of them that I brought up in my board briefing and then was given some information, and now what's being presented to the board is different than things that I was told. And so I have some concerns about one of the job descriptions. So I would ask that we not do this in a block. Is this the time that you'd like me to speak about the one specific job? I think it would have just been quicker just to go through all of them
Yes,
one by one than just to do
I-
this, to be
I
quite honest. I think you were trying to expedite things, but I think it actually just slowed us down.
You know what, Mr. Chair, I withdraw my motion.
I'll withdraw mine too.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
okay, I'll try to drag this out. Okay. Does the superintendent have a recommendation with respect to item number 4 under new business non-consent items?
Yes, I recommend the approval of new job description of Associate Office of Professional Standards.
Okay, it's been,
Second.
it's been moved by Board Member Kennedy to approve the superintendent's recommendation. It's seconded by,
Mr. Golden beat me to it.
okay, by Board Member Golden. Is there discussion? The chair hearing none, call the question. All those in favor of approving, who made the motion? I forgot. Okay,
Let's just vote.
what?
It was me and then Reverend.
Okay. By Board Member Kennedy and seconded by Board Member Golden to approve the superintendent's recommendation of item number 4. All those please in favor indicate by saying yes. And
Aye.
aye, okay, or yes. Opposed indicate by saying nay. Chair hearing none. It approves 5-0. Item number 5, does the superintendent have a recommendation regarding item number 5 under new business, non-consent items?
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position of assessment coordinator.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Kennedy, seconded by Board Member Golden, to approve the superintendent's recommendation for item number 5. Is there any discussion? There is discussion. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Messenger.
yeah, this is the one I have a little bit of concern over. Before the agenda was published, when you read the executive summary, the executive summary read something along the lines of, this job was being created to, almost it sounded like, take the place of the assessment specialist. And then I read the job description, which proposed a new job description, not replacing the job. And the new job description says that the assessment specialist is going to report to the assessment coordinator, which is the job we're being asked to approve. And when I asked, well, is this replacing, or is this just another level of middle management? I was told, well, no, it's going to replace, and that the job description would be changed and fixed. Instead, what I have seen is that the executive summary has been changed to state that this, yes, is a new job. Yes, this is another level of management. And I have concerns over, I guess, many different things. Number one, is there already somebody picked for this position? Because the previous executive summary kind of sounded like there was. Is this really another level of management? Because that's my impression. And when I had my board briefing and I said that, I said, hey, this really sounds like that. I was told, no, this is just going to be this other position, and that it just really is just redoing the job. And that's what I was told. I was told that by actually a couple different people. But that's not what's being presented to the board. And so I really have concerns over what I'm being told versus what is being asked of me to vote on. So I'd love to have more answers.
Okay, the chair recognizes Superintendent Saunders to respond.
Why don't we pull it so that we can get this clarified and clearly written as intended? So I'd rather just pull it if there's any concern.
Okay, we've heard a suggestion from the superintendent that she's withdrawing her recommendation at this time. So I'm going to ask Mr. Kennedy if he's withdrawing his motion, to approve in light of there isn't a recommendation, and if Board Member Golden
Just table it to the next meeting.
withdraws his.
I'll make a motion to table.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hopes, I'm sorry, you're interrupting, you're out of order. So we have a motion to withdraw this matter, and it's been seconded, and all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Did you make the motion or what?
Yeah, you're withdrawing,
No, we were going to table it to the next meeting.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Mr. Kennedy, you've withdrawn your motion, correct? And Board Member Golden's withdrawn his second, okay? So this matter, number 5, is taken off the agenda for now, okay? Yeah.
But I believe we have to officially take action to remove it from the agenda. So we need a motion to table or to postpone.
I'm trying to help.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so
It's not a trick. I'm really trying to help.
Can I speak, Mr.?
May I repeat my motion to
No,
table this item?
okay, you made a motion to table this, and it's seconded by Mr. Kennedy?
Sure.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of removing item number 5 on our present agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay.
His motion. His
What?
motion was to table, not remove, but.
Okay. Oh, to table, okay, to table number 5, period, just table it, okay. Till some glorious day. Okay, on day certain, okay. Okay, this brings us to item number 6.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Board Member Golden.
Mr. Chair, I move that items 6 through 10 be approved.
I do not recognize that motion. Does the superintendent have a recommendation with respect to item number 6?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the new job description and position, campaign for grade level reading and volunteer programs coordinator.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved by Board Member Kennedy, seconded by Board Member Hopes. Is there discussion? Chair hearing none, will call the question for, as to approval of the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 6. All those in favor, please?
Just remind the agency clerk has a.
Motion to table was not voted on.
It was.
I think it was.
I think it was.
Can we get a recap on the vote, please, for the agency clerk?
I think he made it a motion to remove, but.
We have a motion to table from Hopes, from Board Member Hopes, and seconded by Kennedy, but we have no vote.
Okay,
on that motion.
okay, just to clarify things, all those in favor of removing, or of tabling item number 5, please indicate by saying yes or yay.
Yes,
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Aye. Okay, it is approved to table item number 5 unanimously, and we'll proceed on to number 6. Okay, does the superintendent have a recommendation with respect to item number 6?
It was moved and seconded.
Well, we kind of got, I'm asking,
Okay, I will recommend approval of the new job description and position for campaign for grade level reading and volunteer programs coordinator.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the superintendent's recommendation for approval, item number 6. Is there discussion? The chair, hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate by saying nay. The motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 6 is approved unanimously, 6-0. This brings us to item number 7. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position for specialist food service.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 7, and it's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? Chair, hearing none, will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed say nay. It carries 5-0 unanimously. Brings us to item number 8. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position for coordinator, food service, meal benefits, and reporting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 8, and that motion's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? The chair, hearing none, will call the question, and all those in favor of the motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding number 8, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The motion it carries unanimously, and brings us to item number 9. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend approval of the new job description and position for supervisor, food service purchasing.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 9, which has been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there discussion? The chair, hearing none, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving item number 9, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. And the vote is 5-0, approved unanimously. Approval of item number 9 on this list. Brings us to item number 10. Does the superintendent have a recommendation?
Yes, I recommend the approval of the new job description and position for coordinator, food service data and technology.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve the superintendent's recommendation regarding item number 10, and it's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Is there any discussion? The chair, hearing no discussion, the chair calls the question. All those in favor of approving number 10, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, indicate by saying nay. The motion is approved unanimously, 5-0. Okay. Now, that brings us, I believe, to items that have been added to the agenda since the commencement of this meeting. It's my recollection that there would be, under new business, an item number 11 that concerns the Just for Girls School. We've heard comment from the audience regarding this matter earlier in the meeting, and I'm going to ask at this time if there's anyone else that signed up to comment on this or on this matter from the audience. Then I'm going to call on staff to see if they have some comment concerning this. Okay, Board Member or Vice Chair Messenger?
I don't think anyone could have signed up.
Okay, I know that's a problem. Nobody in the community knew it was going to be on this outside, but that's the wisdom of this board was to, put it on the agenda. So I'm going to ask if the superintendent can, share some information that may be available to her, concerning this matter. And we've heard, I'm going to turn it over to you. We heard some statements earlier concerning history of Just for Girls. We've had some, I think everybody on this board has high respect for the organization, but there are ramifications for approval of the motion that I understand it is to, I don't have the wording in front of me, but basically to provide, thank you very much. Thank you. To provide $92,520 from the general budget for Just for Girls, and zero if it comes from 1 mil referendum funds. I'm going to ask the superintendent if she would comment, one, would, in her opinion, her knowledge, would it be proper, legal, for we as a board to direct money that's received from the taxpayers regarding the 1 mil referendum to a private contract school?
Legally, from our research, we are not able to use referendum dollars to give to contracted sites, whether it's Just for Girls or any other contracted site. The language was very clear when the referendum was written, and it was designated for traditional and charter schools only. So they were not included in that language, so we cannot use referendum dollars.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the superintendent on that point.
Okay, thank you, Board Counsel, Mr. Dye. It would be illegal, for us to do that. Now, the motion, as I understand it, is, well, if you can't get it from the 1 mil referendum funds, you take it from the general funds. Now, I guess in the motion, it's a representation that this would be $92,520 coming from the general fund to satisfy, this resolution. Do you have any comments about that amount, going to Just for Girls?
I would like to refer to Heather Jenkins, our CFO. She has it broken out accordingly, as it would be similar to how we prorated the charter schools. So she will be able to give us the exact number. I'm not sure what that number was.
Okay, thank you.
Based on the formula used to calculate the charter schools, it would actually be $78,622, because the current FTE for Just for Girls Middle is 35, and for Just for Girls Elementary it's 79. And basically the way that you would have to calculate it is assume that Just for Girls was a portion of that funding to make it equitable, and then it's multiplied, the average amount of $4,204 is multiplied by their FTE, which gives you their total allocation.
Okay, so if the board tonight were to approve this, I guess if this is looking backwards to this year, your figures are based upon FTE for 18-19, correct?
It's based on the last count. It's the current FTE.
Okay.
For 18-19.
And the motion is a little bit vague as to whether or not this would be provided for this year or looking forward, but.
It says 18-19 in the motion.
Okay, 18-19, okay, that a check would, for approximately $78,622 would go to Just for Girls. Now, this is a private contract school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how many private contract schools do we have?
One moment, please. We have 10.
We have 10? Okay. Now,
That's counting both Just for Girls Middle and Just for Girls Elementary separately.
okay. Now, I don't think any of us would be shocked if other private contract schools were to come before this board and say, gee, if you're going to give it to Just for Girls, which is a great organization, we're a great organization too, and we deserve to have the same treatment. How much would that cost the district?
$261,823.
261,000, how much?
$261,823.
Okay. Basically about $262,000. And this would be, have to be, none of this could be taken from the referendum money. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it would have to come out of general funds. Basically about $262,000. That would include Just for Girls as well as the other private contract who would say, if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Do I understand correctly?
Yes.
And that amount of money would have to come out of general fund, which is used, for, paying teachers. It would be taken out of the classrooms. It's used for bus drivers. It would be taken, from them. It's used for, all general, things. Now, so these are, facts that as a board we have to consider on this motion. Now, it is whether or not that is the best use of this money. I think probably those who, the teachers union asked me would probably have a different attitude, the public schools, than what, than giving it to private schools. When this referendum occurred, one of the reasons for the referendum was to be more competitive with private schools. It's sort of self-defeating. We get the money and they say, well, then we want to have some more money too. But that's up to the wisdom of the board. There's been representation, well, you need to give this money to be consistent with the referendum. I totally disagree. I totally disagree with that. The referendum was, to make us more competitive, with private schools and schools in other districts and with the, private industry. And I had a little something to do with the involvement of the representations of that campaign. And it was successful, and the public said, yes, we want to be more competitive with all of those, including the private schools. Now, there was some representations earlier about the history of Just for Girls. And I understand, if I heard correctly, that at one time, Just for Girls, at least part of it, was a charter school. And I'm asking the superintendent if she would comment on that, and if that is true, and if why not they're charter schools now.
The elementary at one time was a charter school. The board closed the charter status due to statutory requirements of their grade. By going to a contracted site, they are rated in a different manner. They're alternatively rated, just like the middle school was in the other contracted sites. So they do not receive a grade in the same fashion that the charter schools do or the traditional schools. So that was really the difference between their charter status and their now non-charter status. I know there was a comment that you had made about them applying, that designation is not applicable to them now.
When you say it's not applicable now, is that the state would not approve Just for Girls receiving a charter school status because of their past history?
Once that designation was closed due to the academic grade, yes, they would not be able to be designated as a charter today.
Okay, so this kind of transfer to a private status wasn't exactly voluntary. It was, required to survive. Is that correct?
Well, it was a decision that the school district and the board agreed to work with them in concert so that they were able to continue to serve those students in a different status.
And so we said, okay, why don't you try a private status? And we've been helpful in making FTE money available, to them in this private status, after being disqualified from being a charter. Is that a fair statement?
Their middle school designation had been a contracted site, so I think they felt that that would be a good continuation of service is for them to go to a contracted site, and the board and the district agreed with that.
Okay. And they never applied to be a contracted site, or excuse me, not a charter status with the middle school, is that correct?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. Now, I've been asked that question about why don't they just apply to be a charter school? And I guess the answers are maybe twofold. That one, the state has disqualified them from being a charter school, if I understood your responses. And what it opens up to me is a precedent that if you can't do it as a charter school, well, go private and get the same amount of money out of the general fund. It encourages that. And I don't think that's a unfair assumption of what some people might be saying. What have you been approached about along that line? Why can't I just have my school go private and get these funds, and then this school doesn't have to meet the charter school recommendations? Not at this point. I've been asked that. I posed this question, the Central Florida Public School Coalition. I've asked around, how many provide, funds, to private schools? And the response is none that I got from them. That it's counterproductive. It encourages not being a public school, charter, or traditional. And I think that's a factor to be considered here. The responsibility when you go private is with the board of directors of that private school. I don't think anybody's going to contest that. And if they're not able to meet that responsibility of getting the funding as a private school, then they come to us and say, well, take it out of your general fund. Take it away from your teachers or your bus drivers and everybody else, that was the source and the reason, for this referendum. And this board has to decide tonight, are we going to, take it away from our teachers, our bus drivers, our other staff, out of the general fund, to help finance a private school when a board of directors hasn't met their responsibility when going private. So, Mr. Kennedy, you have some comments.
I sure do. First, a couple clarifying questions. Excuse me. Are you watching TV over there?
If somebody got...
So let me bring it back. A couple clarifying questions first. Heather, if you would. And board members, the motion and the math that is sitting in front of you, these were kind of ballpark figures. I had not broken this down with the CFO or anything. But Heather, you're saying that by the way that we prorate and calculate with the number of students that Just for Girls have, would be a $78,000
Yes.
disbursement.
Yes.
And then the $261,823, that is all contract schools, including Just for Girls?
Yes. Yes, it is. It was 261,823 for everyone.
Everyone, including Just for Girls. Okay, so that's our big number. I feel like I'm in a court of law for some reason, but I wanted to object to a judge about relevance about 3 times there. But Superintendent Saunders, is there a difference between a contracted site and a private school like St. Stephen's?
There could be, yes, there can be.
Okay, okay.
yeah.
So we're not talking about private schools that are coming to the school board to say, we want a piece of this money. We are talking about our contracted sites only, okay? You want to call them private schools, that's fine, but they have a designation in Florida schools. All right. So we can't, Superintendent Saunders, you said it is your research, and you believe legally we can't do this legally.
We can't take it out of the millage legally.
So that's what I mean,
The board
sorry.
can choose to pay out
Pay it out of
other
general.
funds.
Okay.
Yes.
So, and Mr. Dow, I'll pull you into this, I'll pull you in a second for the same question. So is that based on statute, or is that based on that we didn't specifically say in the ballot language to include the contract schools?
That is correct. How we wrote the language for the referendum, they do not qualify.
Okay, so there's nothing explicitly in statute that says we cannot do this. It's an interpretation of our ballot language. Is that fair?
It is how we wrote the ballot language, which excludes them. So if you're saying, could you in the future include them in language, you could. But the designation does not allow them.
Okay. No, I'm not talking about the future. I'm talking
Mr.
about
Chair,
now.
if I could,
I'm recognizing Mr. Kennedy right now.
I have some more. I did want to hear Mr. Dye's take too, but I would like to continue because I've got a couple more points.
yeah, and I'm sure the superintendent would prefer the legal questions to come to me, because I know I would prefer educational questions to go to her.
Would you like to pose those questions to Mr. Dye?
Please.
Yes. The ballot language is the first box you check on the list of what can you do with the money. And I do agree with the superintendent, the ballot language does limit it to the public schools, to the school board's schools, not to outside schools, even if they are contract schools. The question about, does the statute also prohibit it? I have not looked at the statute since we did the referendum, so I would, if that's an important question, I would prefer some opportunity to double check against it. I don't know whether the legislature has also tied the hands of the school board on that question also.
Okay. Following up on that, I mean, in all the conversations we've had about this over the months, we have tended to come back to that the ballot language did not specifically state contracted schools. If we as a board decided to pay this out of 1 mil referendum funds, which I don't think we're going to do, but even if we did, we would, it sounds like, expect a legal challenge from one of the schools that is now losing a little bit of money. But my feeling is we would prevail because and Mr. Minor, you were very well involved in this effort. What we were trying to sell to the voters of Manatee County is that we want to support Manatee County students. And it was a mistake of this board to not include the word contracted site or contract schools, because we specifically said we want to include the charters because they are our students. Guys, it's a tiny bit distracting over there. They are our kids. Like, these contracted sites are our kids. So to me, the spirit of the ballot language includes these students. As Amy Mavis from Pace said earlier, and Gina, that's why she was here, because of this item.
I recognize that.
Oh, gotcha. Well, you asked about it when she was here. Okay. Sorry.
Please address your comments to the chair.
Sorry, okay. So my belief is that if we were legally challenged on this, which I doubt we would, because I don't even think MSA, which is the biggest charter school, they would stand to lose the most, and they would lose, my math's a little bit off, so Heather can answer this better, but they would lose about $12 per student, if my math is even close, okay? So they'd lose they've got almost 2,000 kids. MSA would lose about $24,000 in funding if we were to take this out of the referendum money. I don't think MSA is going to come sue us over $24,000. When I think, you can disagree, that's fine. But, okay, so even if the board is not willing to attempt to withstand a legal challenge to dispersing this money to the contract sites, okay, then now we're at Plan B, which is $261,000 to correct the mistake of this board, because we didn't explicitly say on the ballot contracted sites, which, Mr. Minor, you raised the point of this money would have to come out of the general budget, which goes to pay teachers. There's two factors at work. Number one is the Florida legislature, God bless them, finally has provided some funding to public education, about $275 per student in this year's education bill, as opposed to 47 cents per student the year before. So we've got a little bit of breathing room in our budget there. But I also don't think the MEA and AFSCME, after we made the effort to go get this referendum passed, is going to hold it against us to correct our own mistake and not explicitly including the contract schools. And I may be saying this all for naught, but those kids at those schools are our kids. and I believe they should be included. Again, I'll say it again, I would welcome somebody to come and be that petty to come argue over such a small amount of money, but if they want to, I think we would prevail. Plan B, I still believe we should take it out of the general budget.
Mr. Chair,
I may be alone, but that's what I
please
think.
speak on this.
Yes, okay. General Counsel.
Mr. Kennedy, contracted sites are we voluntarily contract with them. And I listened to your argument, and I have a lot of respect for you. But understand, when we sent out a millage, we sent a millage that we were going prospectively for one thing. This is a backdoor to what the voters actually voted on. Hey, give us the money for the teachers, but now we didn't include it, so let's take it from another source. People voted on it for a particular reason. They voted on it for the language of the ballot, and that is for a strict scrutiny. And that I agree with Mr. Dye. Unless you could somehow reconcile the language of the millage to include a contracted site, that would be wrong. I have problems with this particular motion, and I want to, again, without being too brazen, tell you. One, it's not prospective. We set a budget with this board. The board approved a budget. Now we have to look back for monies potentially that we didn't allocate for. So then that's a tremendous issue. And again, we have freedom of contract. When we sit down and do a contract each year, as we're doing right now, we go forward as to particular areas of funding. They are students, but again, students of choice.
Okay, Board Member Golden?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it true that a recommendation was made by the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee to this board to help the contract schools? Is that?
Yes.
No, you're not in charge, so don't do that.
You're posing a question to
Yes.
who?
I'm posing a question to the chair. Is that true?
I'm not aware of it. My understanding is the Finance Committee said, this is not in our ballpark, and sent it up to whatever decision this board might make. I did not see where they said, we recommend that you go ahead and provide the funding for Just for Girls. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I don't remember seeing
Is
that.
there anybody else on the board
Okay,
that has it?
I was there at the day they did it.
okay.
The Citizens Financial Oversight?
Yes. I was
Okay,
at their
well,
meeting.
Do I still have the floor, Mr. Chair?
Sure, go right
Thank
ahead.
you.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
Thank you. I move that the school board of Manatee County take 261, what is the number?
261,823.
Take $261,823 from sources at the discretion of the superintendent and her staff to support, to help the contract schools as recommended by the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee.
I second it. We already have a motion on the floor, but that
No,
clarifies.
no,
what you
no,
believe.
there was no motion ever made. What we had was a lot of discussion by the chair. I know, I'll be listening.
I'll second.
All right, thank you.
Can I say one last thing, sir, on that?
Okay.
The Citizens Financial Oversight Committee has its particular charter, and I would respectfully defer to what that particular charter stands for and what their oversight is, which is particularly the millage.
So in essence, what they said was, you can't take it out of the millage, and they made a recommendation that you take it out of general funds, unless they didn't make that recommendation at all. If that's not true, then they made no recommendation at all. If it is true, they recommended what is within their purview and what is within their charter.
Reverend
They have oversight over the millage,
Over
and
the
they say
millage.
you can't take it out of the millage.
They didn't, specifically, it was unclear what funding source. So by looking at Mr. Kennedy's motion, he said millage or general fund, but their purview is particularly the millage. That's all I wanted to say.
First off, that motion was simply added to the agenda. We don't have any motion before us now except mine, which has been made and seconded. So we got to, I can't say it like I would say it if I wasn't a preacher, but we got to do something here. So, we keep talking and going round and round, and I know we don't want to, but that's my motion. I'm sticking to it. It's been seconded.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you can see your speaker request screen, but I have been requested to speak for 30 minutes. Press my button.
No, the answer is no.
Really? Really?
Come on over and look.
Oh, the answer's no, you don't have the screen? Okay,
No,
all right.
um,
So I have.
Excuse me. Could, on this issue of the recommendation, from this finance committee, is anybody able to get a copy of that document right now?
Mr. Brown, can I?
There.
Well, I understand.
$5 fine.
Is there, Michelle, can you get that?
What document are you referring to?
Well, okay. At some point, the finance committee punted the issue to the school board. Now, there's been representations earlier that they were saying, hey, school board, go ahead and fund it. It's not something that you can use millage for, which is, they have some kind of jurisdiction, but you'll have to, find it some other way. Do you remember that resolution?
Mr. Minor, can I shed some light here?
Okay, I'm just asking her if she could find it and,
I have the minutes when the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee voted
okay.
on their recommendation.
Okay, now, do you have the actual recommendation?
The vote was that the motion that the committee asks the board to help the contract schools, and they voted 9-0.
Okay, do you have, there was a resolution that was made, a written resolution.
Well, earlier you said they didn't.
Well, I understood that you were saying there was a written resolution. Maybe I misunderstood. Okay, so is that all? Can you print that out to help the charter or help the contract schools? Is that what it says?
What they voted on, the motion that the committee asks the board to help the contract schools passed 9-0.
Okay, and that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any dispute about that? To just help the contract schools? All right. Now we got that clarified. There wasn't anything that said, go ahead and fund Just for Girls or any other charter school or for any amount of money in particular. Thank you. Now, Board Member Kennedy.
That line from the minutes of the November 5th, 2018 meeting of the Financial Oversight Committee, he then made a motion that the committee asked the board to help the contract schools, which is why I included in my motion to get this on the agenda, in quotes, help the contract schools. I would suggest, at your discretion, if you approve of this, Mr. Nelson is here. Mr. Nelson, at the time, was on the committee, and according to the minutes, was in the room. So if you're looking for a primary source account of what happened, he's here.
We're proud that he's here. Okay,
And
thank
maybe he could shed some light if there's any disagreement about what went down in the room that day.
I'm sure the minutes were later approved, and we've heard what the minutes provide.
Okay.
So, okay, we've clarified the extent of that resolution. Now, I think all of us want to be helpful, to this school. But I think we run into one, I think it's generally understood, we cannot use referendum money.
Mr. Chairman, what was generally understood is we had an agreement among this board that each board member would speak for up to 5 minutes before the next board member. This has become the watchdog show and board meeting. Okay. You have consumed a majority of the time pontificating about your opinion. I pressed our control button asking to speak, and you continue to treat me in a way that I did not treat you when I was chairman.
Okay, do you have some comments about
I
the
do.
topic?
I do. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do. That may be of benefit to the discussion.
Okay, well, please.
The question for the Chief Financial Officer, what is the revenue projection from the 1 mil tax based on current collections? We originally planned for 33 million. What is the amount we expect to collect over 33 million? is the first question.
This year,
This year.
it's currently estimated at around 38 million.
Okay, so 5 million additional funds. I sit on the Board of Trustees of the Florida Education Investment Trust Fund, and of which this district uses that trust fund for short-term investments. And our 30-day yield, I think, is running around 2.2%.
Yes.
So how much interest does that additional 5 million, and I think we're looking at probably like more like 6 or 7 million over the 33, but how much interest would that create in the Florida Education Investment Trust Fund as additional revenue that is not taken from the tax? If the 30-day yield is 2-point-something%, you've got 5 or 6 million deposited, of which I think our reserves are probably deposited there also.
They are. I can actually give you a report on how our referendum funds are divided out and deposited.
I mean, the point is, I think we are generating interest revenue through the Florida Education Investment Trust Fund, where I'm on the Board of Trustees, that exceeds what we would have projected because of the additional collections and because of our maintenance of our increased reserve funds. Would you agree in general?
I would agree in general.
Okay. So that would be a source of funds that does not take from the referendum dollars. It does not take from budgeted operating expenses because we did not budget for the increased revenue and the return on the Florida investment, because we've done very well with that fund.
Right. And the return on the Florida, where we have referendum funds invested, those funds go directly back to the percentages that they're divided up amongst. So 51% of our investments go to the teachers, et cetera. It'd be about roughly $100,000.
You know, I think we're dealing with what we were dealing with before. We had unintended consequences. We did not think through every aspect of this millage. But if these contract schools are providing services to our public school students, and I believe that is the case, then we need to look at a way to address the unintended consequences. A body of citizens made a recommendation, and that's what I think we're taking up. And I also throw out the question, I'm not sure that the language in the referendum resolution restricted STEM dollars by category of school. I don't think that's in the resolution, and I don't think it was on the ballot. And I believe the contract schools, I'm pretty sure, teach science, math, maybe some engineering programs. I think they probably teach STEM. And we had a little over $2 million of the STEM dollars that were budgeted for science laboratory enhancements or construction, which the Citizens Financial Oversight Committee determined that was capital. So there's $2-point-something million this year that was budgeted for STEM. And perhaps there's a way that we can ask General Counsel to determine whether or not there's a restriction on what school entity that we contract with that can receive STEM dollars. Because I don't believe it restricts it to any type of school. I think it was intended for STEM programs for our public school students, which I believe includes the contract schools. In addition to that, I think some of the contract schools are DJJ schools.
Yes.
And I don't believe that we would maybe be obligated to the DJJ schools because they have other sources of revenue.
They have an allocation. All of the contracted sites receive an allocation from the district based on their FTE.
I realize that, but DJJ's got other, because I used to kind of be over part of that too, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Board Member Hopes has raised an interesting issue. That money comes in from the referendum and it's invested, and the earnings from that investment currently I understand, are used to be divided in accordance with what she understands, and I understand, was the referendum, proportionally between charter schools and traditional schools in the district. Do I
The
understand?
earnings have to be, the investment earnings have to be assigned to the buckets that were specified in the referendum.
Right,
Yes,
yeah,
you are
right.
correct.
In the buckets, in the referendum, which does not include contract schools.
It does not.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hopes, Board Member Hopes, raised the question, well, we didn't think about earnings. We didn't? Didn't we expect to have earnings? And I'm going to ask Board Counsel and General Counsel if they believe that money that's realized from the earnings of the millage is, proper to use, for, contract schools, just because it's earnings, it isn't the direct millage money, but it's earnings on that millage money.
Mr. Chair, I don't know that I can answer that from the dais tonight. I think that is something that's going to have to be looked into. I think my initial response is that the earnings belong to the same pool that created the funds that are generating the earnings, but I would like to look deeper into that, further into that, to see if there's any guidance.
Okay. Well, your reaction is the same as mine, that it's money that's when it comes in, it's belonged to, these different areas that we promised, the taxpayers we'd use for. The fact that it generates income still belongs in those, categories. I understand Board Member Hopes has some question about that. The inclination I have, and apparently, Board Counsel is the same as mine, but I don't think any of us can cite some case law one way or the other, at least to the contrary. What it comes down to is, I think that Board Member Kennedy has made, a passionate argument that about the spirit of the referendum. And by gum, everybody has a lot of spirit about it. And I think he concedes that I had some involvement with it, and that I spoke on many occasions regarding this, to various groups, Kiwanis, Rotary, whatever. And it was very clear in what I had to say, and no one ever doubted it or put it down that, oh, don't you have the spirit that you're going to, provide this to contract schools? It was very explicit in what I said that, this included the traditional, school, public schools, as well as charter schools. And part of it was, as I said earlier, to be more competitive, with private schools. And this is a private school. The public doesn't elect their board of directors. This spirit argument, I think, well-meaning and intended, of helping kids, I think it still comes back to, private school responsibility. If they cannot find the ways, the resources, the proper funding, the proper budgeting to meet the needs of those students, and maybe the students, come back to traditional, public schools or to chartered, public schools. But that, I believe, is their responsibility, and there was nothing in the campaign, to suggest a responsibility of this board or the public for supporting the private schools. Okay, now, Board Member Golden.
Mr. Chair, I would respectfully request that the question be called on the motion.
It seems like Board Member Messenger.
Only me that there's been a whole lot of discussion, and Mr. Golden and I haven't had any of it.
Okay. Would you like to add to the discussion? Right now.
No, he called a question. I'll respect that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Call the question.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, discussion.
This is really quick, but Dr. Hopes has raised a couple of possibilities with the possibility of using STEM funds from the referendum. So Reverend Golden, I would just suggest perhaps that we amend your, could you repeat your, let me tell you what I want to get at, is that in the motion that I asked that we add to the agenda, it finishes with either from the general budget or from 1 mil referendum. And what I would suggest is we amend your motion to include that. Therefore, it gives Mr. Dye an opportunity to research this question so that when that legal research is done, we can hit the ground running with a solution. The board has already approved the solution.
I have sat like Mrs. Messenger and listened to all of this. It is as clear as water to me that referendum dollars cannot be used to do what I'm trying to get accomplished. Now, if you do not want to spend the $261,823 out of general funds, then vote no. But we are just not going to keep doing this all night long.
I'm ready.
I've already called the question, so I don't know what more I can do to get us to vote.
Okay. Can you repeat the motion that you wish to have called at this time?
Yes, sir. I move that $261,823 be used to support the contract school sites as recommended by the Citizens Oversight Committee in their resolution of whatever date, November 5th, 2000, I wasn't here, November 5th, 2018. Did I get that date right?
You did.
Okay. That's my motion.
I still second it.
Okay. Board Member Golden's made a motion. It's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. Discussion. Or Vice Chair Messenger, do you want to add something?
I feel like he's already called a question. Most of what I would have to say has already been said. I really think it's bad business to do this in this manner. I think that their contract was agreed upon in June after the millage was already voted on, if you go back and look, for Just for Girls. And so for me, I think this is bad business to do it in this manner. I have no problem negotiating in the next contract. If we want to pay them, I'm cool with that. I'm even fine with putting in the next referendum. But I think to retroactively do something that was obviously not legally allowed, and now we're trying to fix it, and I don't necessarily think that that was what the community thought they were voting on. And I think this is a poor business decision because any company that negotiates with us, they don't get to come back and say, well, now I want to pay my employees more, so I'm going to ask you for more money. We don't allow any other company to do that, and that's what we're doing right now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay. The question's been called. It's been discussed. All those in favor of Board Member Golden's motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed indicate by saying nay. Nay. Okay. Board Member Golden's motion is not approved, and we've made that decision. We're going on to the next item on the agenda, which is concerning the roadway at Barbara Harvey School, and I forget kind of where we left off, but there is a proposal called a development agreement that was discussed at some length at our workshop. There was a proposal that was drafted by Attorney Vogler for our friends in the Neal community, and I had some issues with it. I drafted a very similar, in many ways, proposal, but it had more specificity with respect to the obligations of the Neal community, or the Neals. And it was voted to have this added to the agenda at the workshop, this item. Now, it's only 9:25 tonight. Is it something that we still want to go forward with?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the Barbara Harvey Elementary School Development Agreement, including special warranty deed transferring ownership of parcel to Moccasin Wall Associates LLC. No financial impact, and we rely on the agreement that was signed by the board's general counsel and the district general counsel that was negotiated by the two parties. I have confidence in our construction department to make sure that the necessary specificity in light of your draft is included in that final agreement. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think that, the thrust of, what you said, I think, was part of the motion for putting on the agenda. And
that is the motion that we put on the agenda.
okay, Mr. Dye, you have some comments regarding this?
Just a housekeeping issue, Mr. Chairman. The resolution surplusing the property should be approved first before the development agreement is approved.
Okay, thank you.
And just so you know, it's either yes for both or no for both. They're joined at the hip.
Okay, thank you.
Amend that motion to include the approval of resolution 19-01 for Barbara Harvey Elementary Partial surplus and disposal of partial, no financial impact.
Okay, I think that's an item first. Okay, now, Board Member Hopes has made a motion for surplusing a parcel of land in North Manatee County that's 50 feet by 370 feet on the east side of what's commonly known as the Barbara Harvey property for the school. And he's asked, this is a preliminary and a necessary predicate for the approval of the Neal Vogler proposed development agreement. And so,
I'd like to second the motion.
okay, it's this, Board Member Hopes' motion has been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. And now, is there discussion? Okay.
As the maker of the motion.
Okay, the maker of the motion, has some comments to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, this parcel of property is a long, narrow, about a football field in length. It is outside of the 6-foot earthen berm covered in sod that we have put around the campus as both a noise barrier and a security barrier around it. So this piece of property, when the berm is, and it may have already been constructed, but when the berm is finished in construction, the berm goes right up to the point where our own drive coming off of this entryway, which will be on our property, it will have the berm to the north, and then it will have our fencing to the south and the entrance onto our property. So in the future, once the berm is put up, this piece of property will be of little to no value to the campus because it is outside the perimeter of the campus. And so I ask for your support to procedurally put that property in posture so that we can approve the development agreement so that we can fulfill our commitment to the people of Copperstone. This project was worked on going all the way back to summer or spring of last year by many of us and the County Commission. I ask your support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes. Is there any other comment? Okay, Board Member Vice Chair Messenger.
I actually have a couple questions because during the workshop, we ran out of time.
Okay.
One of my questions is probably to Mr. Penley or Mrs. Drager. In the workshop, you said that, and I could have misunderstood you, so I want to make sure that I understood what you said and then confirm it if you can. I believe something was said along the lines of the county gave approval to build this, and I want to thank Mr. Penley because I went back and watched the county commission land planning meetings when you got all this done, and I appreciate that. But the county commission, and I think it was Ms. Drager that said it at the workshop, so but it's been a long time ago now. That the county required that we work with Moccasin Wallow Associates in order to do this? Did I understand that correctly?
No, the permit with Manatee County did not include this alternate drive at all.
Right.
It was in subsequent conversations with the county and Neil that we said, if we could have this alternate drive, it would be a benefit to all of us.
And since you watched the county commission meeting, you may recall that during the dialogue between district staff and the county commission, there was a lot of discussion about traffic. And at the last minute, I said, well, allow us an opportunity to correct some of this. So give us the ability to have a future drive coming off of the eastern boundary connecting directly to Moccasin Wallow Road. They granted that, which is extremely unusual because it wasn't on the plan. But they did grant that ability.
Right, and I went back on my emails and I found times where I asked, could we do this? And I was told no. Or I was told then it wasn't safe, is what I was told, and no, we couldn't do it. And now all of a sudden we're being told, yes, we can do it. But, I think there was a lot of really good discussion both ways. I really think this, I agree with you, is incredibly beneficial. I think it's really incredibly beneficial to Copperstone residents. And I think there was once again conversation at the workshop where it said in this agreement, and I'm trying to find it, but I can't find it right now, that said that construction or the district will approve the plans made by Stantec prior to them being executed?
It's in the development agreement in paragraph 3A.
Okay. So if that is to be true, then I would expect that when you see such a plan, and you've heard that the board does not believe there should be any more than perhaps, I think what Mr. Neal even said, 2 curb cuts or whatever, however you call those, not in the construction field, I was a kindergarten teacher, then I would expect that you would adhere to what the board's desire is for those things.
I think that would be good for our career.
Great answer. Great answer.
Well, and I think we have him on record saying that as well. Oh, man.
Gina, time's up.
He just dinged me. I have more time. All right.
Chair Rose.
You better.
Would you like a moment? I mean, yeah.
But, so I just want to make sure I understand everything before we agree to it. You will see the plans. You will need to approve the plans. You can assure us that what we believe is the correct thing to do will be done on that road, which is the sidewalk and the no more than 2 entrances onto that road. And I hear the argument of that was at the workshop about concerns about safety. But the real intention of this is probably buses, and maybe one day, maybe we'll flip it. I don't know. I talked to the principal out there, and she basically said she thinks we should open it as it is with the bus coming in that way and the cars coming in the other way and see how it goes. And then if we have to change, then we adapt and change. That's happened at lots of other schools. I think about Williams, which is right next to my house. There's been all kinds of changes at Williams because of the community I live in.
Our motto is open it for a year and see how it works, and then we can fix the problems. It's much harder to predict what the problems will be and try to fix every problem you have. That's why
And I think
open it up, see what the problems are. We'll come study it.
And I think construction has done a really good job of trying to mitigate those things with the longer
Queuing line.
queuing. Yeah, sorry, it's 9:30 at night up. So as much as I heard your concerns, I'm in favor of this because I really do think that there's a lot of benefit to our students, to the school, to the community that lives right next to the school, Copperstone. And I do trust that there will be adherence to what this board believes is important. And I think if there's not, we will take that up. That is it. I didn't get dinged again.
Any other comments? I have some comments. Thank you. We've talked about this a lot. Can you stay up here, please? I think that Vice Chair Messenger's hopes and aspirations are shared by everybody here. And what Ms. Strager's talking about, well, if it doesn't work out, then we can change it. Well, my concern is, once you deed that property over, it's very difficult to change it. We don't have any leverage. We don't have any say whatsoever. If we were to retain this property and basically say, no deal, Neil deal, then we could do that. We would have flexibility. We don't have that after we deed the property and it becomes not our road, not our driveway, it's a Neil driveway. And it's really up to their, and I work with them, but it's, something, for them to decide really unilaterally. We can say, well, he thought you were going to do this. But, and this idea that, okay, the Stantec designs, we got Stantec designs already. It's right here. And what I have, okay, in the we got a Stantec design right here. And we're agreeing to the Stantec design. And what I would like to think, what my proposal says is, yes, we make it contractual. It's not just that they're going to abide by the Stantec design, which is attached to my proposed development agreement. And I cannot understand why they could represent they're going to do something if they're not going to put it in writing in an agreement and make it a various, an explicit, obligation of the relationship between the district and Neil. It doesn't sound like I have a lot of support here, but I'm trying to avoid, any kind of litigation or problems afterwards. Well, you said you're going to do this or what. We want it explicit about what they're going to do, what we're going to do. And the proposal that's been, the Vogler-Neal proposal doesn't provide that. Paragraph 3A that really is kind of the source of the discussion, which I have, has makes it really clear about this driveway and that the obligation for them to construct it and to not have cuts. And that's why I have in here uninterrupted sidewalks, curbing, and this sod. Now, that's all in attachments that supposedly they're going to do, but it doesn't say it in the agreement that they're actually going to do it in accordance with the attachments. Why not? Why not? Why not have it explicit? I haven't got any good reason. I elicited from Mr. John Neal that, well, there really isn't any limitation of these cut-through. And then we hear Well, we might limit it to two. You know, I'm agreeable to the one down at the bottom near the bus turnaround. That's fine. Are we gonna have one where all traffic, you know, from that development is gonna be funneled through there onto this roadway or driveway owned by Neil, where we're gonna be having buses and traffic coming into the school? I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that adds to the safety, you know, of our students. Apparently, my board members disagree with this, but I'm making the case that it really ought to be, you know, set forth as explicitly stated in 3A, and why they would object to it, and then say, well, we're going to do it in accordance with these things, but not put it in writing, really baffles me. It gives me a little bit of doubt, and I'm making a plea for, that I think enhances, the safety of the buses and the traffic going through there, and maybe reducing the traffic that's coming from other Neal property. So that's my pitch, and I think that if there's other, I think Mr. Golden, I guess he ought to be here for the vote. Does anybody have, I don't know how long we wait. I think he's probably gone to the men's room or something, but that's, any idea? Did he say anything to anybody?
No, he didn't. I think he just, I don't know.
Okay, can we,
I can respond.
Okay, would you like to respond, and otherwise we take a 5-minute recess? Okay.
No, I think, Vice Chair Messenger, I think, made it explicitly clear. I think that one area where, first of all, the final engineering and everything on the road hasn't been done. They're going to bring the plan back to the district, and I think that's the appropriate time to ensure that the development agreement incorporates the specific engineering and design that the district will approve, to incorporate that in the agreement. I think that your intentions are good, but the process that they have set forth is, once we give approval that we're going to do this, then they will spend the money and get all the final engineering and design work done, bring it to the district. The district will then incorporate it into the agreement as you're proposing, but it's difficult to incorporate in the agreement until the final engineering and final design is produced, and it's expensive. So nobody wants to do that until they know that it's going to come to fruition. So I think you're on the right track. It's just the timing of it and the process that our construction department goes through in order to get us to that point. So I would ask the chair to support it and have confidence in our construction department. They've heard us, and they will ensure that they incorporate the discussions that they have heard tonight into that final agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes. I'd really like to have...
Here, Mr. Golden.
Okay,
Reverend Golden's
yeah.
here. We can call the question.
Now, you called the question. Okay.
Call the question.
I think you did. Okay, the question's been called, and so all those in favor of there's two parts to this. I guess first we're going to approve, it appears,
We can approve the resolution 19-01 first, and then follow with the approval.
Right, okay, the resolution of declaring as, well... Surplus.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I think we need a recommendation from the superintendent.
I think that's probably true, too, so...
And then we can vote.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Kennedy. Madam Superintendent, do you have a recommendation regarding declaring as surplus the property described in this proposal, consisting of 370 or 75 feet north to south and 50 feet east and west as surplus property of the school district?
Yes, sir, I recommend the approval of Resolution 19-01 for Barbara Harvey Elementary parcel, surplus and disposal of parcel, no financial impact.
Okay, it's been recommended by the superintendent. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
It's been moved by Board Member Hopes to approve the recommendation. It's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy. I think we've discussed this at length and thoroughly. Absent any further, comment, the chair will call the question. All those in favor of approving the superintendent's recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, indicate by saying nay. Nay. The resolution passes 4-1. Okay, we move on to the second part of this proposal, and I think it concerns of the document itself, the development agreement that, for lack of a better term, is the Neil proposal, Neil Vogler proposal, and I think we've discussed that. Everybody has heard my concerns already. I don't think they need to be repeated. I would have I'll repeat kind of basically, I'd have a different 3A, and I had a 3D, which would give the people of Manatee County, the school district, and rights in any kind of private road that might occur between Fort Hamer and our property. And their proposal doesn't contain that, but we've discussed that. I made my pitch, and I think there's probably, is there a superintendent's motion to approve the Vogler-Neal proposal?
Yes, sir. I recommend approval of Barbara Harvey Elementary School Development Agreement, including special warranty deed, transferring ownership of parcel to Moccasin Wallow Associates, LLC, no financial impact.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Hope, and it's been seconded by Board Member Kennedy to approve the superintendent's recommendation. And is there any further discussion? The chair hearing none, will call the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Nay. It passes 4-1. I think that concludes the regular business of the board. We go on to legal update. Mr. Dye.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Superintendent update, instructional update, Superintendent Saunders.
Yes, sir. I'm going to include all of mine in one, and I would just like to remind everybody the business we are in, and that is graduating children. And it is a joyous occasion that we will be celebrating thousands of students this week, beginning tomorrow night with Palmetto High School at 7 o'clock, and we end Saturday night with Manatee High School at 8 o'clock on their field. And it is a joyous occasion, and it is good to remember why we are all here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Superintendent. Next, Deputy Superintendent Wagner, do you have an operations
I do. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Chair. I just have 4 short items. The first one is I want to recognize our transportation department because we had Take Your Child to Work between now and the last school board meeting, and they actually had 60 students attend the Take Your Child to Work Day, which is a big deal. So congratulations to Jason Harris and his team for hosting that. Want to make sure that we're aware of the Manatee Health Fair, which is going on before the next board meeting on May 23rd, which is Thursday at Manatee. And I would like to show a short video tonight. The last board meeting, we showed the transportation recruitment video, and we actually have one for instructional. So if Nick will run that. Right now, it's just a couple minutes long.
Okay,
We're very proud of it.
Okay.
Located on the west central coast of Florida, Manatee County represents a culturally diverse and flourishing community.
I felt the need to be able to inspire and literally transform lives through one classroom.
Welcome to the school district of Manatee County.
I graduated from Southeast High School here in Manatee County. I chose to come back to my own community to hope I can give that back. As someone helped me, I wanted to spread that support.
A thriving, growing, learning community where new teachers enjoy one of the highest starting salaries in the region and a place where professionals can truly build a career.
All the classes, all of the ESOL endorsement, all of the reading endorsement, all of those practices that I was learning through all of that coursework then was able to be translated into my classroom. It was everything that I needed to become, like I said, who I am today.
I came into Lee Middle to basically a family with open arms. That was huge.
And receive the support and opportunities they need to establish a strong foundation for their career.
My first year of teaching, I was very lucky. I had a mentor assigned to me, and I could go to this mentor anytime.
You're surrounded with support, you're surrounded with love, you're surrounded with encouragement and opportunity.
Our teachers have access to cutting-edge resources in educational technology, and our students reap the benefits.
We're teaching kids how to live life.
Our community supports K-12 STEM education, and our internationally acclaimed career and technical education programs have produced award-winning students.
It's the application of knowledge, the application of what you've learned, and taking everything in math, science, reading, everywhere you've learned everything, arts, and applying that knowledge to solve a real human problem.
Our teachers have access to high-quality professional development and leadership opportunities that deepen their skills, grow their depth of knowledge, and allow them to take steps in their path towards educational leadership.
One of the things that I believe is hiring the best. And once you hire the best, I believe you should create and foster an environment that makes them feel at home.
Our teachers create a belief in our students that they can succeed academically while impacting their community.
We've done hurricane relief trips to the Keys. We've taken supplies up to Panama City for Hurricane Michael victims. Anybody can go out and change somebody's life. You just have to go out and do it.
Come to the school district of Manatee County, where you can enjoy a meaningful career and all the treasures of living on the Gulf Coast of Florida. The teachers of the school district of Manatee County make a difference where it is needed. Our teachers are at the heart of building our future. You can begin building your future by visiting manateeschools.net.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, and so that was, that's a partnership with Manatee Schools Television and the Personnel Department, and we're having two job fairs, Saturday, June 8th and Thursday, June 20th. The first one is at MTC, and the second one, June 20th, is for the office at the Wakeland, for the Wakeland Center for support. So thank you for letting us show those.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, board comments, Board Member Kennedy?
It's been a long day. For us, it's been an especially long day for staff. And so I won't belabor this. I also, as Cindy said, look very much forward to 6 graduations in the next 4 days. And that's why we do this. And so we will be, how many seniors do we have graduating? Do we know?
Give or take, 3,000, 2,500 to 3,000.
Okay, gotcha. 3,000.
Yeah.
3,000 hands to shake in the next
We'll have a
few
lot,
days.
yes.
But it's definitely the highlight of the school year, so.
Okay.
That's it for me. Looking forward to it.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Kennedy. Next is Board Member Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I began my service on the board, I had said that I wanted to try to reach out to the people in District 5 at least on a regular basis. In my naivete, I agreed to do that on the Thursday nights before the Tuesday night board meeting. I have found that keeping that Thursday night commitment is extremely difficult, and already I have been away from that opportunity about 2 times. As a matter of fact, Mr. Nelson, I know you all think he's a real genteel, nice, easygoing guy, but when I didn't show up, it was terrible at the YMCA, and then he tracked me down and caught me here. And so what I've decided and what I have been able to get the YMCA to accommodate me with is that there will be one night the week before the board meeting where I will make myself available. And that night is something that I am going to announce ahead of time so that nobody is unprepared. And hopefully, Mr. Barber, we can get the word out in time. So, for the balance of this month and for June, and I'm calling them the school board constituency contact meetings, will be May the 21st at 6 o'clock, which is the same night that the Lakewood Ranch SAC is meeting, and I'm hoping that we can meet jointly with them. June the 4th and June the 20th. So those are the nights that I've already built into my schedule, and hopefully Mr. Nelson won't treat me so harshly from now on. But he's right. When you make a promise, you ought to try to keep it. And so I'm hopeful that this will make it easier for the people in District 5 and for anybody. To that end, and this will be my last part of the comment, originally this was designed to facilitate people speaking before the board meeting with at least their board member. But I'm finding that there are a lot of things that are ongoing and a lot of things that don't work out naturally at the next board meeting. Some of them take 2 or 3 meetings to resolve. And so I'm hopeful that more and more people will come with whatever issue you may have that you think you need to address before we come into this forum. It's good to be able to come here and have 3 minutes of public comment, but what I am offering is an evening where you come and stay as long as you like until you get an answer to the questions that you raise. So that's my comment for tonight, and thank you all very much for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Golden. Board Member Hopes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman and I attended MSA's graduation last night, and we saw 200 and something students graduate. We heard from, what, Mr. Minor, 8 students' speeches and student performances. I appreciate all the staff's time, and I hope, and I will bring it up at a future meeting, that we can look at how we restructure our meetings and perhaps have a workshop one week and a board meeting the next week, and treat our staff's time with a level of respect, because we're consuming a tremendous amount of their time, and I think we are wearing our brains out, and I think it shows in our meetings. So with that, I will ask that sometime in the future we seriously consider the way we structure our workshops, because they are meaningful discussions, but this doesn't work very well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Board Member Hopes. Vice Chair Messenger.
I don't have much to say other than graduation elbow. It's a real thing. And I'll be at all of them except for tomorrow night's, because tomorrow night is my daughter's dance recital, and
Oh, geez, I want to go to that.
Take videos.
I can't miss that. But I'll be at the rest. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Messenger. It is a joyous time, and I'm going to have to miss Vice Chair Messenger's dance recital.
It's not live.
Oh, okay.
Nobody wants to see that one.
Yeah, okay.
Nobody wants to see
Well,
that
you can tell us about it, and I guess it's been a long day. We've gone through a lot of discussion, a lot of shared views and passions, and life goes on. We're toward making this even a better district and a great district it is. Leave it at that. I'll see you all tomorrow night. This meeting is now adjourned.